le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
All right.
Let the doors be opened. Qu'on ouvre les portes. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
For Edmonton East. Order.
Mr. Speaker, in 1959, a new Edmonton dance ensemble burst forth in a cascade of wonderful color and folkloric songs celebrating their Ukrainian cultural heritage and traditions. In Kiev, at the historic Opera Theatre, I proudly watched Edmonton's finest ambassadors perform Cinderella after they returned from a widely acclaimed tour of other Ukrainian cities. Their extensive repertoire of original, imaginative dance pieces have universal themes which are meaningful and entertaining to audiences of all backgrounds. As Member of Parliament for Edmonton East and Vice Chair of the Canada-Ukraine Parliamentary Group, I sincerely wish to congratulate all members, past and present, as Canada's Ukrainian Shumka dancers of Edmonton celebrate their 50th anniversary. They have epitomized the finest of Canadian cultural heritage to Ukraine, to the world, but most of all, to Canada. Noe Hayalita.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, today I stand to pay tribute to the late Ellard Powers of Beachburg, Ontario. Ellard was a friend and mentor to me personally and to many with whom his life touched. He began farming independently with his wife Gladys while still a teenager. He served in many capacities, including Vice President of the Ontario Farmers Union, the NFU, Council of Canadians, Ontario Milk Marketing Board, and AgriCorp. When dairy farmers were suffering financial hardships, he helped create supply management that brought economic stability to the industry. In 1967, on Parliament Hill, he co-chaired a demonstration of 25,000 farm people demanding improved farm incomes, and later served as CEO of the Canadian Dairy Commission. Ellard's accomplishments were many, on the farm, in leadership roles, and in positions of high responsibility. He was a kind, considerate family man, highly regarded in his home community. His contribution to Canadians constitutes a national legacy.
The Honourable Member for HoC. Mr. Speaker, since the founding of a fortification at HoC and a mission by the Sulpician Order more than 310 years ago in 1696, men and women have built an area of the country which today is called a HoC. Its history has been marked by periods of prosperity, harder times, slow development, but also profound change. 10 years ago, a new chapter in the history of this community was opened. The people of a HoC started an organization which, since its inception, has worked to improve the quality of life and the health for all. Solidarité à HoC brings together citizens, groups, agencies, institutions who together seek to participate in social and community development in this area. Solidarité à HoC initiates action, encourages and supports citizen involvement. A better quality of life for people living in a certain area can only be achieved if the excluded are taken into account. Solidarity is the only way forward.
Hamilton Mountain.
Sunday was International Women's Day, a day to celebrate women's achievements. With the increase in women's visibility as impressive role models, one could think that women have gained true equality. But women are still not paid equally to men, women still are not present in equal numbers in business or politics, and globally women's education, health and the violence against them is worse than that of men. Nowhere were those continuing challenges more poignantly a part of IWD than they were in Hamilton. Just 6 weeks ago, our city was rocked by the news that Murvat Tunje was murdered at home. Her former husband was charged. We often hear about the prevalence of violence against immigrant women because they're isolated, don't speak English, or are dependent on a partner. But not Murvat. Yes, she hailed from Turkey, but she was an active participant in our community and had strong support. Murvat was not susceptible to violence because she was an immigrant woman, but because she was a woman. In Hamilton, IWD was thus far from celebratory. Instead, it was a clarion call to recommit ourselves to the work of ending violence against women. We cannot celebrate women's equality until all women live free from oppression.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remind you that March 17th is St. Patrick's Day. Being of Irish descent and coming from Canada's national Irish capital, this is a proud and happy celebration for me and my family. Wherever you are, and whether you are Irish or not, I would like to invite you to wear something green on March 17th and celebrate. I would also like to invite you, a few months early, no doubt, to visit us in marvelous Miramichi for our famous Irish Festival running from July 16th to the 19th, 2009. If you don't see old friends there, you are sure to make new ones. And as we say on the Miramichi, 100,000 welcomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, on March the 5th, the government claimed that freezing employment insurance rates constitutes a $4.5 billion stimulus in the coming year. They said that when jobs are lost, EI rates should go up. However, since the government does not propose to raise EI premiums, they argue that this is a stimulus. Now, simply put, Mr. Speaker, they are saying not doing something you don't intend to do is an economic stimulus. How pathetic. Mr. Speaker, if the government really wants to inspire hope and confidence, maybe they should first stop the hollow rhetoric on fictional stimulus and rosy forecasts. Stop delaying the passage of the budget by loading it up with non-budgetary measures. Stop delaying the investment of last year's approved infrastructure funding. Stop interfering with Parliament's duty to scrutinize the budget. And finally, Mr. Speaker, stop playing political games and get back to work.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the experimental farm in
need for 25 years, and we salute them. The Heroes Fighting Hunger campaign was launched this week. This campaign encourages the people of Ottawa to donate $25 and invite 25 of their friends to do the same. Chaque don de 5
Each $25 donation generates a $5
house to join leaders such as my constituent Rick Hillier and also our Minister of Transport and MP for Ottawa West Nepean to open their hearts, show leadership, and become a hero.
During this economic uncertainty, we should all help the less fortunate. The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. In 2010, Vancouver will be hosting the Olympic Games and Toronto will be the host of a NATO summit. But Quebec is just getting what's left. Quebec City could have hosted a very important convention, but the Conservatives blocked it from happening by refusing entry to parliamentarians from certain countries. The Conservatives deprived the Quebec capital of hosting the convention for the International Union scheduled for next spring. It's going to be held in Bangkok in 2010. The member for Lévis-Bellechasse was complaining recently about the cancellation of the reenactment of the Battle on the Plains of Abraham, saying that that would deprive Quebec from important economic spin-offs. However, a convention that would bring in 1,500 delegates from 150 countries throughout the world would have had a much greater economic impact, but it's his government that prevented its being held. Quebec could still be in the running for 2011 for the IUP, but they have to stop being so stubborn and ideological.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian government is committed to promoting Canada's core values of freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law around the world. Canada remains seriously concerned, although, with the human rights situation in Tibet, including the treatment of Tibetans that continue to see violations of their expression of association, the expressions of freedom, and their spiritual beliefs, as well as their restrictions on their freedom of movement. This government raises these concerns with the Chinese government at every appropriate opportunity, calling on them to take effective actions to respect, protect, and promote the human rights of the ethnic minority groups, including the Tibetans. We urge the Chinese government and the Dalai Lama and his representatives to work towards a solution of outstanding issues and establish a true and lasting peace acceptable to all parties.
Here, here. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration tried to sweep under the carpet the fact that he'd appointed Fares Pierre to the Immigration and Refugee Board. Closely associated with the Aristide regime, how could Mr. Pierre claim to be impartial enough to determine the status of compatriots seeking asylum here? How will Mr. Pierre avoid the appearance of conflict of interest if he were one day to deny asylum to a former political adversary? I didn't know. If I'd known, I wouldn't have done it. That's all this minister tells us. He's saying that what is done, and he's trying to lull us by saying that he accepts the responsibility. The minister should assume his responsibility. What is the minister waiting for to say loud and clear to Mr. Pierre that he should resign immediately before being fired by cabinet?
The honourable member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Top Liberal advisor Warren Kinsella has suggested that women politicians would prefer to bake cookies than to be in politics. He said Chinese food contains cat meat. He has made threats to Ontario's public broadcaster, TVO. He's even made threats to his own Liberal MP for Pickering Scarborough East, saying he would, quote, tell the truth, end of quote, about him.
Unbelievable.
Well, Mr. Speaker, most recently, Warren has even been threatening the Canadian-Israel Committee and said that he would use his Liberal affiliation to get the organization blacklisted from his party. Now Kinsella is even musing about suing the CIC, a non-partisan advocacy group. Are his beliefs the beliefs of the Liberal Party? They believe they can threaten, bully people, and make sexist comments about women politicians? Want the Liberal leader demonstrate leadership, do the right thing, fire him.
Right.
Honourable member for Vancouver East.
Speaker, a group of 60 delegates, including 6 Canadians, under the auspices of Code Pink, are on a solidarity mission in Gaza this week for International Women's Day. They are visiting refugee camps, hospitals, and witnessing the devastating aftermath of 22 days of bombing by Israeli Defense Forces. After 20 months of the blockade and the loss of basic necessities of life, Canada must call for an end to the siege of Gaza and help find a way forward to address the root causes of violence and the ongoing occupation of Palestinian land. Canada must begin by following through on its promise for aid and exercise its responsibility under international law to condemn the use of force and violence and begin the process of normalized relations to attain a Palestinian state and peace for the region. The women and men in the Solidarity delegation in Gaza are showing tremendous courage and resolve in their mission. The Canadian government must do likewise and commit to the rule of law for peace and justice.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface.
Here I was disturbed to hear of a 75-year-old widow in Saudi Arabia being sentenced to 40 lashes and 4 months in jail. Her crime was nothing more than being present in a room with 2 young men who were not her close relatives. Mr. Speaker, this sentence is appalling, and it's contrary to the values of Canadians and all civilized peoples. Canada calls on the Saudi government to reverse this draconian sentence. Canada will continue to stand up for universal values, freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. The Canadian government remains deeply concerned about the unsatisfactory human rights situation in Saudi Arabia, both in general and with respect to women's rights. Canada continues to call on Saudi Arabia to live up to its international obligations, including under the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhumane, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination against Women.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Having borne witness to significant events in agriculture, from electricity in the countryside to reflections on food sovereignty, the agricultural weekly La Terre de Chez Nous is celebrating 80 years in publication. La Terre de Chez Nous is a real institution and a reference to the way Quebec does agriculture. Published initially as Le Devoir, La Terre de Chez Nous, it became on March 6, 1929, a separate newspaper representing the Union Catholique des Cultivateurs, which became the Union des Producteurs Agricoles, the UPA. Purveyor of information for the burgeoning union movement in Quebec, La Terre de Chez Nous became an economic newspaper published weekly for producers of the day. Today, it's published 50 times a year. It has a circulation of 80,000, 33,000 subscriptions, special issues, about 30 a year, and its own internet site. We say long life for the voice of the producers in Quebec.
Hull Aylmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull Aylmer.
To pay tribute to Tom Hansen, who passed away suddenly last night at the age of 41. Tom joined the Parliamentary Press Gallery in 1992, the same year he joined the Canadian Press's Ottawa Bureau. Ever since, Tom has been the CP photographer with the best shot. You could always tell a Tom Hansen photograph. Tom traveled the world with prime ministers, and he was deeply admired by politicians of all stripes. Tom lived large. He loved hockey and his Harley-Davidson and was instantly recognizable for his ready smile.
Mr. Speaker, Tom Hansen was respected, admired, and loved by his colleagues in the Parliamentary Press Gallery.
Loved by his colleagues at the Canadian Press and in the Parliamentary Press Gallery. We join with them and with Tom's wife, Catherine, to mourn his passing, to celebrate his life, and to acknowledge his legacy. He will be missed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the Liberal Party would be far better placed with Rasputin as his advisor. Just imagine, with respect to Senator Baker and the situation where he's advising Labrador and Newfoundland to withdraw from Canada. He's advising his leader to cancel the National Child Benefit and so on. But luckily, Canadians have a very clear choice between an economic plan that helps all communities, people, and others, and the Liberal leader who is talking about the carbon tax. That's where he's placing all his bets. With this economic situation, I invite the Liberal leader to discipline his troops and accelerate the approval of the economic recovery plan that we have brought in that must be passed. Work with us, the conservatives, for the betterment of the country.
The
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government tabled its first budget report as required by the House, and what's remarkable is what's missing. There's no mention of the 190,000 jobs the government promised to create in their budget just 6 weeks ago. The finance minister says he expects continued... I fail to see what's amusing, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. They're laughing at
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor. The House will want to hear the question. Order.
Let me put this in a way they can understand. They promised to create 190,000 jobs 6 weeks ago. There is no mention of that figure in the current report. Why is the government backing down from its own projection?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the House will know, the International Monetary Fund today has had things to say about Canada's economic plan. The IMF, let me quote, the IMF supports the strong fiscal package announced in January, which was large, timely, and well-targeted, and it will buoy demand during the downturn. The focus now is appropriately on implementing that package, so I would encourage the party opposite, rather than always trying to find the negative in everything, simply get on with passing this and doing something positive for the Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no answer to the question, so let's get down to what's actually happening in the Canadian economy. They seem to be as out of touch with each other as they are with Canadians. In my own riding, a generation of older women workers is facing unemployment for the first time. They're not eligible for EI. They can't access skills and language training. They need to find new jobs. What is the Prime Minister doing for those older women workers who are being left behind by their government's plan?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has absolutely nothing to propose, of course, in the budget. There are measures for older workers. That's why, of course, we're so anxious to see the budget and the implementing legislation pass. When the Leader of the Liberal Party talks about out of touch, he should get in touch with some of those out-of-touch senators he has at the other end of the hall and get them to get on with passing the budget.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I was in contact with the Liberal leader in the Senate, and he knows that this bill will be passed and quickly. Out of 1,500 residents, over 500 lost their jobs in Fort Coulonge. Is that why the Prime Minister abandoned his promise to create 190,000 new jobs? Does he admit he is out of touch with the reality of Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are very important measures in this budget for the forestry sector and many other sectors, and this is why Parliament should act by adopting this budget quickly.
Economy, what Canadians are looking for is they're looking for this plan to be implemented. What they're certainly not looking for is a party with no plan, with no economic experience, and with the only proposal as a not-so-hidden agenda to raise taxes. Mr. Speaker, that's no plan. That's why Canadians want our plan passed and passed now.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister refused to answer the question about the 190,000 jobs that he committed to in the budget, but said nothing about in his first probationary report. So let's try the Finance Minister. Does he not understand that when 129,000 jobs are lost in January alone, that's one Canadian losing his or her job every 20 seconds? The Canadians care deeply about this job issue. So why did the minister totally ignore this commitment to 129,000 jobs in his first report?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Canada's Economic Action Plan, of course, Mr. Speaker, was announced on January 27th. We want to implement it, Mr. Speaker. We want to implement it with the stimulus that is in the first budget bill. The Leader of the Opposition says he's told the Liberal senators to pass the bill. When? It can be passed today. It can receive royal assent. It can help the unemployed people in Canada right now. That's very plain that help, that additional time for unemployed Canadians is available now. Where's the plan on the other side? Where's the courage on the other side to help unemployed Canadians?
Order. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's disgraceful that at this time of unemployment, The finance minister has scrummed 3 times on the 190,000 jobs. He doesn't answer. Neither he nor the Prime Minister will answer the question about this solemn budget commitment in question period.
Cowardly.
They will not answer this question. When will they come clean with Canadians on their commitment to create jobs? Do they not care? Have they given up? Why won't they come clean?
Honourable Minister of Finance.
The members opposite cared about unemployed people in Canada. The budget bill would be law by now.
That's right.
And that's an action that is within your control. Yes. The difference is there's a plan on this side of the House, no plan on the other side of the House. We have a bill that's ready to pass. We want it to become law. You want to delay it from becoming law. We want to help unemployed Canadians on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, the other side of the House doesn't care about unemployed Canadians. We have a positive plan. They offer nothing in terms of a plan, only a negative attitude toward those in need in Canada.
Honourable continues to say that loan guarantees are illegal. However, EDC's CEO said yesterday that the government does give loan guarantees to the forestry industry. Canada's lawyers agree by arguing before the London Court of International Arbitration that loans and loan guarantees are legal. I would like the Prime Minister to tell us that these are legal or tell us under what section they are illegal. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber agreement with the United States prohibits direct subsidies to industries, and this is why this issue is before the court. And of course, we have to defend the actions of certain governments. The governments are determined to help these industries in spite of our commitments. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is telling us that loan guarantees are subsidies, but that is not the basis on which EDC works. He defends the auto industry, and he is contradicting Canadian lawyers that are paid by the taxpayers who are defending Canada's case. He is bowing to pressure from the Americans, and this is shameful, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the auto sector is a very different case. We are providing assistance to that industry in cooperation with the United States government. We have a set of measures to help the forest industry to guarantee our access to the American market. Before and after the budget, I have said that with respect to this industry, we have to be careful not to jeopardize our access to the American market. We need to help the industry without jeopardizing it, and that is our duty as a government. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. The Internet site of the government gives the report of the government on the budget, but we don't see anything about the $3 billion special fund that the government wants to create. How is that money going to be spent before June 30th? If it is not, it will go back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. The government hasn't said what it's going to be spent on, but will the government put those details on the site today? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Has indicated how that money will be spent. It's set out in our economic action plan. There are clear criteria by which that expenditure will be governed. The Treasury Board will be reviewing those expenditures, and we hope to move that money out of the door after April the 1st if the budget passes. And I would urge the Liberal senators to get that budget passed.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, the special fund is supposed to be used according to the government, for initiatives announced in the budget, but also to increase other spending in case, instead of putting his head in the sand like he did yesterday in his speech on the economic crisis, why will he not announce that part of the $3 billion will be used for genuine measures to support the forestry sector, including loans and loan guarantees, as were called for and talked about yesterday by the EDC CEO?
Vote 35, that $3 billion is to be spent on the specific programs or projects that are set out in the Economic Action Plan. It's a broad range of projects and programs that the money can be spent on. There are also, of course, the Building Canada Fund and other funds that we will have access to once the Liberal senators decide to pass that budget. And we would urge them to pass it. The Canadian people are depending upon that money to stimulate our economy.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister tried to get Canadians to wear rose-coloured glasses. And these are the same rose-coloured glasses that he wanted everyone to wear during the election. The same rose-coloured glasses that he wore in the economic update in November. But, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the loss of nearly 300,000 jobs since the election. Is the Prime Minister now prepared to remove his rose-coloured glasses? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, I said yesterday in my speech that we have a global recession and this will last until the Americans are able to control the problems in the financial sector. Today, we have heard that Canada is in the best position of any country because of our financial situation. We have strong management of our macroeconomic situation, and therefore we have come into this recession in good health.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday in Brampton, the Prime Minister was accusing the opposition of holding up the estimates. But understanding Order 81, as he should know, it's the government that brings forward the date for the vote on the estimates. And guess what date they chose? March the 24th. So either the Prime Minister doesn't understand the rules of the House and of his own government, or he was misleading Canadians yesterday. Which is it?
Prime Minister, order.
Mr. Speaker, the real question that has to be decided here is whether the NDP is interested in helping Canadian workers and families or simply in playing political games. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP made clear from the day of the election on that he had no intention of supporting the government or its budget no matter what was in it. For that reason, he didn't read it. He's now voting against all kinds of benefits that workers and families want. He should take off his blinders and start to act just a little bit positively for a change.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
If the Prime Minister really cared about the unemployed, he would put into place the four-part NDP plan to fix employment insurance that passed this House with a majority of votes yesterday. But, of course, he won't respect the will of this House. We know that. Yesterday, he was using some pretty selective stats on GDP to try to paint his rosy picture of the economy. But the government's own finance department says that gross domestic income provides the best measure and is a more relevant indicator of change in the well-being of Canadians than GDP. And guess what? The Parliamentary Budget Officer's report today showed that when it comes to GDI, Canada is doing 10 times worse than the United States. So when is this government going to do something about the shrinking incomes of the middle?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the NDP talks about employment insurance. He had demanded before the budget that the government add 2 extra weeks of benefits to employment insurance. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, in the budget, the government added 5 extra weeks. But since the leader of the NDP had already decided he would vote against it no matter what, then he voted against more than he was asking for. Mr. Speaker, this just tells you how, under his leadership, the NDP has gone from a party that used to stand for something to a party that simply opposes everything.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the U.S. Congress is preparing to spend billions of dollars in new water and sewage projects. John Hayward runs a small pump-making firm in Halton Hills. He says that the Buy American provisions will prevent him from getting U.S. contracts, forcing him to cut more than 10% of his workforce and to move jobs to the U.S. Why is the Prime Minister claiming victory on the Buy American file when U.S. protectionism threatens to kill thousands of Canadian jobs just like these ones in Halton Hills?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Speaker, as we all know, and as my colleague across the way knows very well, the free trade agreement between Canada and the United States has produced tens of thousands of jobs and billions of dollars worth of trade. Even within an agreement like that, Mr. Speaker, there are going to be times when an American company may legitimately get a contract in Canada, and even more importantly for us, Mr. Speaker, there are many times when Canadian companies get contracts in the United States. We'll be monitoring all of these to make sure that the Americans play by the rules all the way, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses are the biggest generator of jobs in this country. They're being hit hard by this economic crisis. Tourism bookings are down. Seafood prices are falling. Retail outlets are cutting back on staff. Companies viewed as success stories months ago are now cutting operations, and some are even closing their doors. People are losing jobs and people are losing hope. When will the Conservatives stop denying and deflecting and give small businesses and their employees help from this deepening crisis?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we're proud on this side of the House that we have a plan of hope for small business. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we are making sure that small business have the financing they need to continue with operating lines of credit, to continue with business bridge financing. We have lowered taxes for small business. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done for small business, and I'm sorry the members opposite don't see hope when there is hope for this economy, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, on December the 19th, I wrote a letter to the Minister for HR about EI claimants facing unacceptable processing delays. Last week, I received a letter from the Minister apologising for her delay in responding to my letter about delays. Well, Mr. Speaker, I accept her apology. But will the Minister now apologise both to the thousands of laid-off workers who are still waiting through to her political mismanagement and to the hard-working staff at Service Canada who are bearing the brunt of Conservative incompetence?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are very challenging times for way too many people in this country. Too many of them have lost their jobs and are having to look to EI for supports. We are increasing, we already have increased the number of people who are handling EI, processing the claims. We're working with companies to make sure that the claims get filed faster so that we can get the benefits to those who need them faster. We're bringing back retirees to make sure that we have enough people to do this. We are getting the job done for those Canadians who need our help.
Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Human Resources has the same glib response to any question about delays in getting EI. But in my riding, real people are suffering from this real crisis. One individual waited 6 weeks for EI, forced to apply for welfare while he waited. When he finally got his check, the province clawed it back, so he still has no money to live on. Is this what the Minister is saying to the desperate people that fall between the cracks? Don't worry, be happy, I'm really trying.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have a number of people in Human Resources and Social Development who are working very, very hard to make sure that those Canadians who need and deserve employment insurance benefits receive them in a timely manner. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing unprecedented demands on this system, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those of my staff who have been working extra hours, who have been working weekends for the sake of Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, the IRB often rejects the cases of Haitian refugee claimants because they have committed violations of human rights under the Aristide regime, yet the Minister of Immigration has appointed someone to the IRB who was part of that torture-using government. Will the government make sure that his appointment is annulled? That is the only thing that can be done. The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned about the recommendation of that person's appointment by the Immigration and Refugee Board. There is a pre-selection process that resulted in him being recommended to me. Yesterday I spoke with the chair of the IRB, and we are looking into how we can deal with this situation. We have to act prudently. The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, the Minister said that the IRB recommended this person and passed the Privy Council's security checks, which is the Prime Minister's department, and these are the same people who did the security check on Ms. Couillard. So either these people are incompetent or this appointment is a partisan one to favor a conservative friend. Is this favoritism or incompetence? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, the person in question is not a friend of mine and is not an activist an active member of the Conservative Party of Canada. He was appointed after being recommended by the IRB. There is a selection process. The chair of the IRB is responsible for the process and can make a recommendation to the minister of an appointee.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Lawyers are accusing the Criminal Conviction Review Group of obstruction and lack of transparency. They have said that since the Conservatives came to power, they are refusing to transfer essential aspects of the proof to the clients, or they're being referred to the Access to Information Act. If the system works well, as the Minister of Justice said at committee, how can he explain the obstruction that the lawyers in Montreal are complaining about, and rightly so? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
If the Honourable Member has any evidence of that, let him please present that, either here or at committee, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you the process works well, and I think it's a process that's been in place since 2002, and I think Canadians can continue to have confidence in that process.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's answer doesn't convince anyone. Since they came to power, the Conservatives have stepped up the hostile action against people who don't think like them by cutting off their support for them. Does the minister realize that by refusing to provide this essential evidence, he is violating his legal obligations as established by the Supreme Court? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Ridiculous comments coming from the Honourable Member for which there is absolutely no basis, Mr. Speaker. The only people we have taken hostile action against as a government is against violent criminals in this country. That's who we stand up to, Mr. Speaker, and so should the Honourable Member.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, 3 days ago, this finance minister said the construction season is about to start and we want to make full use of the 6-month construction season. But the government's first probation report yesterday shows it will spend the construction season this spring twiddling its thumbs instead. The Green Infrastructure Fund, the Community Fund, won't begin until the fall. The $2 billion Infrastructure Stimulus Fund won't start until July, and that's after a murky application process. Why is this government misleading Canadians, and why is it planning to waste over half the construction season?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The member opposite is absolutely false. What we are doing, for example, in his own province, Mr. Speaker, is working constructively with the McGuinty government. And let's look what his own former colleagues at the Ontario Legislature have to say. Liberal MPP Dave Levick. This is the kind of cooperative venture that produces the most effective and efficient projects that any level of government could hope for. Let's look at what Liberal MPP Jeff Leal has to say. There is no doubt that residents will notice the positive impact of these improvements almost immediately, Mr. Speaker. And I could go on, Mr. Speaker. MPP Kim Crater says this is a great day for all of us. I can understand, Mr. Speaker, why this member was tossed out of the Liberal caucus at Queen's Park and sent back.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Des milliers de chômeurs et leurs...
Thousands of unemployed people and their families are waiting for the Conservative government to do what it has not yet succeeded in doing, providing responsible and fair funding for infrastructure. Why has the government refused to use a more effective method like the gas tax? Does the government prefer to play political games instead of creating jobs that are necessary this summer for Canadians who need it the most? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
I can tell you Premier Dalton McGuinty is not playing political games. NDP Premier Gary Dewar is not playing political games. And I can tell you that the great Premier of British Columbia, Gordon Campbell, isn't playing political games. What they are doing is working constructively with those of us on this side of the House to ensure that we can add a much-needed shot in the arm of the Canadian economy. A little bit of hope, a little bit of jobs, a little bit of opportunity. Mr. Speaker, there is one thing standing in the way of help from Canadians, and that's the Liberal Senate, and we need this member to get down there and to urge them to get the job done.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration continues to fail immigrants and their families. The record speaks for itself. The Conservatives have accepted 50,000 fewer landed immigrants into Canada. Canadians who have adopted children abroad face major delays, and processing times for skilled workers in Pakistan, China, India, Syria, Philippines, and Ukraine have dramatically increased. Does the Minister not understand that by not addressing the inefficiencies in the system, he is negatively affecting people's lives? Do people matter to the Minister?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Ridiculous. Not at all, Mr. Speaker, not at all.
Ridiculous question.
Mr. Speaker, under this government, we have reversed a shameful record of neglect of immigration by our Liberal predecessors.
Right on.
We have increased the budget of the Immigration Department by 57%. We've increased immigrant settlement funding by $1.4 billion. This is the first year in a generation where the backlog for skilled federal workers will be going down rather than up. When they took office, Mr. Speaker, the backlog was under 50,000. They drove it up to over 800,000, Mr. Speaker. This government is taking action for new Canadians and for our economy.
Right on.
Honourable Member. Order. The Honourable Member for Vaughan. Order.
That's an answer I would celebrate on April 1st, Mr. Speaker. According to the most recent departmental performance report, under the Conservatives, the backlog of refugee claims has more than doubled. The number of finalized claims has decreased by 50%. The average processing time has increased to an average of 14 months, and the average cost per claim has increased by almost $2,000 to nearly $5,000. Why has the Conservative government failed to provide a timely and efficient refugee determination system to people who desperately need one?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I am really delighted to hear the interest of the member in hopefully working together to create a more efficient refugee determination system. According to the UNHCR, according to the United Nations, we already have one of the fairest, most generous refugee determination systems in the world. But he's quite right. It's not efficient. And the reality is that last year we received 38,000 inland refugee claimants. About 60% of whose applications were rejected by the IRB. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to work with the member to find out ways that we can dissuade people from making false refugee claims and seeking to jump the queue and to come to this country illegally under the cover as refugees.
Exactly.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberal leader shamefully claimed that the Prime Minister was singing happy songs when he correctly stated that Canada's economy has remained relatively strong compared to other industrialized nations. Instead of irresponsibly talking down the Canadian economy, the Liberal leader should look at the facts, listen to the experts, and stand up for our economy. Can the Minister of Finance tell this House what the International Monetary Fund actually said about Canada's economic position?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
I certainly can, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Edmonton-Leduc for the question. He, of course, has done an excellent job shepherding the budget bill on an expeditious basis through the Finance Committee, his role as chair of the Finance Committee. Would that could be said for the Finance Committee in the Senate, chaired by a Liberal senator. We have a plan. The Liberals are delaying the economic plan in the Senate. And all the worse because the International Monetary Fund, I say to the member for Wascana, said this today, and I know he'll want to know this. They said Canada is better placed than many countries to weather the global financial turbulence and worldwide recession. Its resilience can be attributed to the
honourable member for Sudbury. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out-of-control fees and interest charges continue to drain the pockets of hard-hit consumers and businesses. Meanwhile, according to Business Week, credit card companies are hurting their own revenues by hiking interest rates and pushing Canadians even further towards default or bankruptcy. There's no reason why they can't pass along some savings to consumers for both of their interests. When will this government realize that reasonable limits are needed to ensure all Canadians survive this economic crisis and not just credit card companies?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, as the member opposite knows, in the budget bill we have provisions, if the member has reviewed the bill, that we want to have passed to give the regulatory power to deal with some of these credit card issues that are of concern to Canadians. As soon as the bill gets passed, we'll be able to move forward with that, and I hope the Liberal senators will stop delaying the bill in the other place.
Honourable member for Sudbury.
Mr. Speaker, in this economic meltdown, Canadians need more than just an information campaign. They need protection. If rising interest rates weren't enough, Visa and MasterCard have announced plans to enter the debit market. As a result, Interact has applied to the Competition Bureau to alter its structure from a not-for-profit to a for-profit operation. Retailers are rightly worried that the current low transaction charges of 3 to 7 cents will quickly skyrocket. When will this government put the interests of small business retailers and Canadian consumers ahead of credit card companies?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
We'll be able to move forward, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the regulatory aspect as soon as the budget bill is passed, which is being delayed by the Liberal senators in the other place and is going to be voted against by the member who just asked the question.
Honourable member,
the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After UNESCO, it's now the Director General of the IMF to talk about the dangers on the African continent if aid is not substantially increased to that area of the world. At the same time, CETA is withdrawing from Africa and is becoming the interest of at the expense of the Conservatives' approach for Latin America. How can the government justify this move by CETA when all experts are saying that aid for Africa must increase and not decrease? The Honourable Minister for International Cooperation.
Again, I ask the member to have the facts, and the correct facts are that this government is supporting Africa unlike any other former government. 45% of our total aid budget goes to Africa. In fact, 62% of our food aid goes to Africa. 55% of our agricultural support goes to Africa. 57% of our multilateral aid goes to Africa. Mr. Speaker, this shows an outstanding support for Africa, but not only that, a recognition of the realities for those people in those countries.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, a group has taken legal action for $1 billion against the Toronto Stock Exchange and a mining company. And there is a copper mine at stake. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, will he in fact find time to provide an answer on respond to the National Roundtable on Corporate Social Responsibility in Developing Countries, a report that he has had in his hands for over 2 years and that would make it possible to deal with these delinquent companies.
Ministre du Commerce International.
Mr. Speaker, the government takes the situation very seriously, and the issue of corporate social responsibility is important, and that's why shortly we will be putting forth our strategy that will provide complementary information for the extractive industry in Canada. Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Their 2007 announcement to save the only slaughterhouse in the Maritimes. The Conservatives have yet to spend a single penny. The federal share of the investment was $6 million, plus the 3 maritime provinces, each contributing $2 million. Some provinces have been even had to provide the extra money that ECOA has not delivered. We need to save jobs. When will the government provide the $6 million they announced 2 years ago? Why the delay? Why?
Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, there's absolutely no delay. I mean, there was a process put in place. COA is forwarding the money to the provinces as they require it. I'm not sure what the member over opposite is talking about. We fully stand behind our slaughter capacity in this country. In fact, we've added more in this budget, and I hope he's going to run down the hall and get his Senate to pass it later today.
Member for Madawaska-Restigouche.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is that the provinces have come up with their money, but not ACOA. People are losing their jobs because of the Conservative government's action. The Liberal Party has asked the government to put in place economic stimulus programs to help people find jobs. However, the Conservative senators, and one has called for an end to this situation in Restigouche. Why has the government and why can't the government admit that doesn't want citizens to start working again?
Ministre d'État.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite is totally incorrect. As Minister of State for ACOA, I signed off on that paperwork some weeks ago. The money will be flowing, or if it has not already flowed, so I'd ask the member to get his information correct.
Honourable Member for Halifax.
Said, and I quote, that if you have a house and a wife, you'd likely be doing renovations next year. Not only does this comment show that the Prime Minister is stuck in the 50s, but he's also very out of touch with women in Canada. In this economic crisis, women are more likely looking at affordable housing versus worrying about doing renos to their kitchen. Tax credits are fine, but when is this Prime Minister going to join us in the 21st century and bring in measures to help the real housing issues that women face?
Bravo! The Honourable Minister of Transport. Order.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to taking every single action we can to provide a little hope, a little opportunity for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. One of the important things that we put in our economic action plan was a comprehensive strategy to get Canadians working again, whether it's small contractors doing renovations in social housing, whether it's more medium-sized firms helping in the construction of new housing for seniors, or even individual small business contractors doing work in private homes. Mr. Speaker, we're committed to providing the little hope, a little bit of opportunity that will come when this budget gets passed. What we need this member to do is to stop putting our head in the sand and to finally support this good work that's in this budget.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, for the tens of thousands of Canadians on waiting lists for affordable housing, that answer is unacceptable. We all know that this government's modest aims for affordable housing are unlikely to result in any new units being built. When it comes to the needs of families during this recession, the Prime Minister is out of touch. He doesn't know what to do. That explains why he would make such an outrageous comment. Mr. Speaker, tax credits alone won't help those who really need the help. When will we see an actual plan for a national housing strategy?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're just all so eager to answer this question because within our economic action plan, there's $2 billion for just the kind of work to which that member is referring. There's $1 billion for affordable housing renovations right across the country. There's another $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, for new affordable housing specifically for seniors, for the disabled. Mr. Speaker, there's money for people in the north who need it. Mr. Speaker, we're putting this out there for Canadians, but the honourable member and her entire party voted against every penny of it.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orleans. Mr. Speaker, Canadian industries, like industries in other countries, are working hard to weather the financial crisis. Fortunately, this government is taking unprecedented steps to stimulate the Canadian economy and to fight a global recession.
In the aerospace sector, where we have invested significantly. Further, last year's budget committed $350 million for the Bombardier C series. Le ministre de l'Industrie.
Can the Minister of Industry provide the House with the results for the aerospace industry, thanks to our investments in that area? The Honourable Member, Minister of Industry, I'd like to thank the member for his excellent question. We are proud of the support that we provide to this industry, and that's why today I want to congratulate Bombardier on the announcement of the first C-Series aircraft by Deutsche Lufthansa. This represents $1.53 billion and is a major step for Bombardier and shows the importance of the aeronautics industry in Canada. Once again, you can see the assistance that this government is providing to that industry. The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For over 3 years, in fact, in 3 years, some 20,000 jobs have been lost in the forestry sector. Some small communities like Val-d'Or, Fort-Coulonge are being hard hit. Last evening, this House adopted a motion to help the forestry sector in Quebec and elsewhere in the country. Unfortunately, the Conservatives opposed it. Why are they refusing to cooperate to help this industry and to put together a real plan to create jobs? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member opposite for her question. As we've said in the past, Mr. Speaker, our government has put forth a number of measures under the agreements that we have in order to promote job creation and to help workers. Mr. Speaker, there is $170 million to diversify the economy, and my colleague opposite must realize that these industries are having trouble selling their products, and that is the main crisis in the industry today. We're going to continue to develop new products and new markets, and we're going to attempt to relaunch this industry that's very important for all parties in this House. The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Court-Nord. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and the member for Haute-Saint-Charles said at the Official Languages Committee in Quebec, the teaching of English at the secondary and middle level is almost something that has been pushed aside, and Quebecers are illiterate in their second language. End of quote. I'd like to know if the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs and the Minister responsible for the Francophonie agrees with the comments of her colleague for Charlesbourg. The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, here is our policy on official languages in Canada. We have invested considerable amounts over the 5 years. These investments go to all areas of the country, including the regions. Inaudible for the interpreter.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Whether it's Xstrata, Valley Inco, or U.S. Steel, this government has legal agreements with foreign companies who bought Canadian assets with clear job protection provisions. But when these firms renege, this government simply rolled over. Thousands of Canadians are being thrown out of work because this government refuses to enforce its own legal agreements. Why should working families trust this government with more foreign takeovers after it's proven it can't handle the ones already allowed? When does the net benefit to Canada provision start applying to working families and not just to shareholders?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Speaker, that is in fact not true. This government expects every signatory to an Investment Canada Act proposal to live up to its expectations, Mr. Speaker. On that side of the House, they simply ignore the fact that we have obtained new investments to this country that have kept businesses alive in this country, that have meant jobs and opportunity for Canadians throughout the country. That's what the Investment Canada Act is all about. That's why we're in favour of new foreign direct investments. We can have more jobs and more opportunity, more hope for Canadians, and they vote against it every single time.
Honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, we know that Canada's forest sector is facing some big challenges, and this is an industry that hundreds of thousands of Canadians depend their livelihood on. Mr. Speaker, Canada's Economic Action Plan contains some huge measures to provide support for the forest industry, and especially forest workers and their families who have been hard hit by this global economic turndown. Can the Minister inform the House how these measures are being received by the forest workers and the communities on the ground?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Caribou Prince George for the question. Members know, Mr. Speaker, that this member and the member for Prince George Peace River have worked tirelessly for their constituents on this file. In Canada's Economic Action Plan, their hard work paid off, as our government took several measures to help forestry workers, including extending the EI Work-Share program. In fact, United Steelworkers official Terry Tate said, "This is great news. We're quite shocked. We didn't think they'd go the full 52 weeks. Our Economic Action Plan will help workers and get families through these difficult times."
That will conclude the question period for today. Okay. Now, tabling of documents.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the sad news that we all received this morning, and that was the passing at a very young age of Tom Hansen. As we all know, Tom was a talented photojournalist who distinguished himself both by the quality of his work and his character. He was honored with numerous industry awards and, perhaps most telling of all, the universal respect of his colleagues. Through his photos, Tom helped to chronicle our story as Canadians, whether it was a defining moment on the campaign trail, the shy smile of an Afghan child, or the triumph of a Grey Cup victory. Tom had a unique ability to capture the essence of whatever he was photographing. On a personal level, Tom's sharp wit, his passion for music, hockey, motorcycles, his casual swagger, and his personal integrity will be missed by all of us. On behalf of myself, Lorraine, our family, and I know all colleagues here who knew him, I just want to pass on our condolences to his wife, Catherine, and to Tom's entire family.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, la presse canadienne.
The Canadian press is a national institution, and it has lost a great photojournalist, Tom Hansen, yesterday. Photographers are sometimes the most courageous, audacious of journalists, and the most artistic. And Tom Hansen was courageous, audacious, and artistic.
House grieve for the loss of a great journalist, a great artist of the camera. We grieve with his family and Canadian press. We grieve for his family at home. We will remember his contribution to our public life with respect. We send our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Catherine, and we hope that she will take some comfort from the fact that Tom Hansen's memory will always be regarded with affection and respect by every single member of this House. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois caucus, I wish to offer our most sincere condolences to the family of Mr. Tom Hansen. He was so young, and that fact touches us deeply. He was appreciated by all of Parliament Hill. He has left an undying souvenir and memory here. We will always remember him. We extend our condolences to his wife and family. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
I think we all remember that you could always count on Tom for a courteous greeting. He always respected this place, the centre of Canadian democracy, and he was respected by everyone here. This tragic news of a sudden death at such a young age leaves all of us shaken. He was the consummate professional. He always looked for that best shot to tell a story to Canadians. And that was a remarkable talent. He had the respect for politicians and his colleagues, which is so important on the Hill. He lived a full life. He traveled the world. He saw places and events that were important and exciting, and he had an ability to communicate what he was seeing to all of us. Like many Canadians, he had a deep passion for hockey. He played the game. I'm sure many here remember sharing words about the game with him, or even playing hockey with him. He left us far too young. Even as we celebrate his richly lived life, we share our condolences with his wife, with his family, with his dear friends and colleagues in Canadian press. He will be remembered through the lens that he offered to all of us, and he will be remembered very warmly for his gifts to our country. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Thank honourable members for their comments. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. The honourable member for no, sorry, not there. Who? Oh, there. Okay. The honourable member for Vegreville, Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have three reports to present today. Pursuant to Standing Order 34-1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the visit of the Economics and Security Committee and the Subcommittee on East-West Economic Cooperation and Convergence held in Washington, D.C. and New York, USA, June 23rd to 27th, 2008. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the visit of the Science and Technology Committee, Subcommittee on Energy and Environmental Security, held in Romania and Bulgaria, May 12th to 15th, 2008. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege to present in both official languages the report of the Canadian NATO Parliamentary Association respecting its participation to the visit to Belgrade and Pristina by the Committee on the Civil Dimension of Security and the Subcommittee on Future Security and Defense, held in Belgrade and Pristina, April 21st to 24th, 2008. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The honourable member for Edmonton East.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament with respect to the quorum and mandate of the committee. Thank you.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities with respect to Bill C-9.
Of Dangerous Goods Act 1992.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages 3 reports of the Standing Committee of Citizenship and Immigration. The 4th report on citizenship of children adopted abroad, the 5th report on deportation to Sri Lanka, and the 6th report on supplementary estimates C for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2009.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. I'm pleased to report that the committee has considered the supplementary estimate C under Justice for the fiscal year ending March 31, 2009, and reports the same.
The honourable member for St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 reports to present to the House today. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 2nd report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in relation to the report on James Bay eelgrass bids presented to the House during the 2nd session of the 39th Parliament. Also, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans in relation to the European legislative actions regarding the Canadian seal harvest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Charlton, seconded by Mr. Godin, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Replacement Workers. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my great pleasure today to introduce a bill to ban replacement workers, or scabs, during strikes and lockouts. New Democrats have always struggled for the rights of working people, and this bill represents a critical piece of that struggle. It is essential for ensuring that the right to free collective bargaining cannot be undermined. Some may say that this is the wrong time to introduce this legislation, but I would suggest that the opposite is true. In this great recession, the need for labour and management to work together in a spirit of cooperation, involvement and trust is greater than perhaps at any other time in our country's history. But nothing breaks that trust more quickly than a company's ability to hire scabs during a legal strike. I would ask all members to support this bill at first, second and third reading so that we can finally bring the Canada Labour Code into the 21st century.
Ms. Charlton, seconded by Mr. Godin, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Atamanenko, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure that Warning Labels are affixed to products containing toxic substances. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This bill has been developed with the participation of Toxic Free Canada, Option Consommateur du Québec as well, has participated in putting forward this right-to-know legislation, which is fundamentally important, Mr. Speaker. As you well know, we have product labeling just in the case of poisonous and some other dangerous products. But we don't have a consumer product labeling that ensures that consumers know what kind of toxic content is present in the products that they buy. Mr. Speaker, we believe very firmly that the consumer has a right to know, and that is why we offer this legislation, this bill, in order that the consumer's right to know whether or not they're buying a product that contains toxic substances is paramount, and that's why we're supporting the consumer's right to know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Julian, seconded by Mr. Atamanenko, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Crête, appuyé.
Mr. Craig, seconded by Mr. Lessard, ask for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Employment Insurance Act, Maximum Special Benefits. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley-Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is aimed at extending from 15 to 20 weeks the number of weeks for people that are under quarantine. We know that in riding, we all hear from people that have cancer or other illnesses, and they need more than the 15 weeks of benefits, and I think it would be reasonable to extend that. Somebody who is unemployed should be able to get decent treatment, particularly in the cases of people having cancer. Mr. Kret, seconded by Mr. Lessard, moves that the bill be now read for a first time and printed.
Adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read for the second time?
À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
By Mr. Preston, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act, Publication of Information. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this bill is to amend the Youth Criminal Justice Act by allowing information related to a young person who is 18 years or older who has been charged under the criminal code with an indictable offence or an offence punishable by summary conviction. Mr. Speaker, hopefully this bill will spur debate about the Youth Criminal Justice Act.
Mr. Tilson, seconded by Mr. Preston, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read for the second time?
At the next sitting of the House. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des
Introduction of private members' bills.
Public bills. Motion.
Motions.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 66-2A, the completion of the debate on the motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women shall take place on Thursday, March 12, 2009.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That this chamber encourages the government to do everything possible to ensure that the G8 and G20 meetings scheduled for April 2nd in London address especially the core challenge of redressing among all member states the increased and enduring poverty and its social and economic effects on individuals and nations, recognizing that critical income security initiatives and social infrastructure investments protect human dignity, the common good, equality of opportunity, and economic prosperity, and the Senate be invited to join with this chamber in this encouragement.
Does the Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed? La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. It is the pleasure of the House to adopt it. Agreed.
Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster, Coquitlam. It was right. I was right on Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be able to present a petition today with thousands of signatures from residents of New Westminster, Coquitlam, and all over British Columbia. This petition has been endorsed by a number of prominent Canadians as well: Stephen Lewis, Margaret Atwood, Ted Harrison, the Reverend Joseph Leclerc, Stephen Owen, Patsy George, and many others, including Dr. Julio Montana. They are calling for urgent action to address the HIV/AIDS crisis in sub-Saharan Africa. Specifically, they urge the government to meet our commitment to fund foreign aid at 0.7% of GDP, to increase Canadian contributions to the Global Fund, and to make the legislative changes necessary to facilitate the flow of low-cost genetic drugs to developing countries. Mr. Speaker, this petition was put together by an organization called the Go-Go's. I'm a member of the Go-Go's, and I heartily endorse their petition that I'm presenting in the House today. Thank you.
The Honourable Member knows that members in presenting petitions are not to state whether they agree or disagree with the petition. I think the idea must have slipped out of the member's head at the last minute. I'm sure she won't make that mistake again, at least for a few days. The honourable member for Pickering Scarborough East is rising to present a petition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36, and I have the pleasure to present a petition with well over 100 signatures from across Canada, from Scarborough, Vancouver, Mississauga, Toronto, Richmond Hill, Newmarket, Amherstburg. Mr. Speaker, they are calling on Parliament to conduct hearings into energy pricing, and they're also calling on the government to acknowledge the high price of fuel and energy to them as consumers, as well as to reinstate our National Energy Market Monitoring Agency, scrapped by the government in 2006. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to present hundreds of names on a petition, once again, asking our government to continue its good work against the trafficking of human beings. Today, as we know, Mr. Speaker, in the Ottawa Sun, there was yet another article about the exploitation of Aboriginal girls, and it was stated as being an epidemic situation. So I would like to present these petitions to the House to make all parliamentarians mindful of this very horrendous crime.
The honourable member for Acadie Bathurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition indicating that the employment insurance program was set up to help unemployed people to have benefits if they no longer had their earnings. Now, we know that even one day's loss of salary can be a very difficult problem, and people having to wait for 2 weeks is devastating. We would call on Human Resources Canada to change this. The petitioners would ask the government to eliminate the waiting period and to enable people to begin receiving their benefits as of the first day of their unemployment. They should be able to have the choice to apply either in person, on paper, or through the internet. They should be able to have well-informed assistance from staff.
Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I too have quite a number of signatures from my riding of Chatham-Kent, Essex, asking for some emergency measures to the EI. And they're asking for some changes to be made, and I would like to present them at this time to the House as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, top officials of the Obama administration met Monday to discuss how to close the Guantanamo Bay detention facility within a year. And among the detainees is Canadian Omar Carter. I'm submitting hundreds of petitions from law students across Toronto, asking this government to bring Carter back to Canada. They're concerned that Omar Carter, as a child soldier, has been denied his rights and his rights to a fair trial and a humane treatment. With Guantanamo Bay finally closing, it is time to immediately secure the repatriation of Omar Carter.
Honourable member for Dufferin Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to table a petition on behalf of hundreds of residents of Dufferin County who are calling for a ban on horse slaughter in Canada and on the export of horses for the same purpose. The petitioners take note that horses occupy a special place in our heritage and are beloved companions for many Canadians. They also note that horse slaughter is not humane euthanasia, and that a majority of Canadians do not eat horse meat and do not breed horses for human consumption. The petitioners further highlight the horse industry's significant contribution to the economy, supplying millions in revenue for local farms and stables and providing thousands of jobs in Canada.
Presenting petitions.
Honourable member for Burnaby New Westminster.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition in the House today that is signed by dozens of people from both coasts, from Vancouver Island and British Columbia, Sydney, West Saanich, Saanich Town, and of course the eastern coast, the province of Nova Scotia. And those petitioners, these dozens of Canadians, request that October 9th be declared Leif Erikson Day in Canada. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, the Scandinavian populations, those from Norway and Sweden and Finland, Denmark and Iceland, have contributed enormously to the growth and development of Canada. Scandinavian Canadians are present everywhere in Canada, and these individuals, along with the thousands of others who have signed petitions, are requesting the Parliament recognize their contribution and declare October 9th Leif Erikson Day in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions inscrites au feuilleton.
Questions on the order paper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Avis de motion.
Notice of motions for the production of papers.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. I wish to inform the House that because of the ministerial statements, government orders will be extended by 6 minutes. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills. Resuming debate at the report stage on motion number 1, Bill C2, the implementation of a free trade agreement between Canada and the States of the European Free Trade Association. Before the question period.
And there are 6 minutes remaining in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call upon the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for recognizing me and allow me to continue my comments in this debate as we go forward, pressing the government to understand the critical nature of splitting off this one significant piece from this bill that will do several things all at the same time, but most importantly send a signal to Canadian industry and value-added manufacturing in this country that this Parliament cares about the families and workers who are involved in that industry. And it seems, Mr. Speaker, that in hearing the government's comments in defending their practice of putting this one piece into this agreement with Europe, that they are unable to defend their position. And that's an unfortunate thing, because at all times, whether we have agreements or disagreements on issues, that all members are sent to this place with the expectation that they can defend their positions, that they can give reason and substance for why they consider one thing to be true or another. And to remind Canadians who have been watching this debate prior that we are asking in this trade agreement for a hiving off or a closing off of the shipbuilding industry. And, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing members of Parliament receive mail and concern from constituents from coast to coast to coast, particularly those constituencies in which the few remaining shipyards still operate. This industry has been hammered over the years by agreements that this government and previous governments have signed, by policies of governments which have allowed the very oxygen in which this industry needs to survive to be slowly squeezed out. And we just recently, my colleague from Burnaby presented me with a letter
from the Union of Shipbuilding Workers in Lausanne. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say something about that because we represent unionized workers, the CNTU workers in Lausanne, this letter says, and we join with the Canadian ship workers to call for protection of Canadian shipbuilding in this agreement in EFTA.
Very important, particulièrement pour notre collègue.
It's very important, especially for our Bloc colleague, because these jobs are needed and workers across Canada who are in any way involved in this industry know that we need to defend them now. We need to make sure that we do not ignore them. We have to defend them, and we in the NDP will continue to stand up for this. We have a different concept of the government from the government.
Yeah, and notion that this is a government that slips into an ideology far too easily, that there isn't a trade agreement in the world that they wouldn't sign on to, that they negotiate looking backwards and not looking forward to what we need to have established. That at the very least, the notion that all trade agreements would have a net benefit to the Canadian economy, to most Canadians, this would seem like a very straightforward and plausible notion. Yet we see time and again, while our counterparts, our colleagues across the table at these negotiations, be they American, European, or other countries Canada has met with, defend the interests of their nation, protect industries that they believe need protection and support, and make trade arrangements to the net benefit of those nations. Yet we have to make an appeal on bended knee. We have to fight tooth and nail with our own government to represent our own people at the table, our own industries. And the NDP has been a long and consistent supporter of fair trade, a long and consistent ally of those around the world looking to establish trade agreements that protect the environment, protect labor relations and labor standards, and enhance the capacity of our country to trade as we are a trading nation. Yet time and again we see governments come forward under the idea of sensible trade, but present other ideas and present them in such a way where when the Americans negotiated with us and set up caveats for their own shipping industry, set up caveats for their own steel industry that exempted them from that agreement, Canada had no problem at all accepting that condition of trade, but yet made no such considerations for Canada's own industry. I can recall with some vague recollection, the Conservatives had a spin, a little thing in the election they had about Canada first, or stand up for Canada. Maybe that's what it was. I don't hear it much anymore, and you don't hear it when this government negotiates trade agreements. And we're seeing it here where there's an opportunity for Conservatives, Liberals, Blocs to join with the NDP, understand that we can do this thing. We can protect and enhance this industry and make it a viable one for future generations because it helped build this country. And to turn our backs at this time on this industry will only continue the economic ruin that has been put upon this country by this government, and it's time for it to stop, and it can start now.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley because I think he has really reflected the concerns that we have in our caucus about the real problems in this Bill C2 that's before us today. And I'm the member from Vancouver East, includes the Port of Vancouver, and I can remember the days when we had a great shipbuilding industry in the Greater Vancouver area along Burrard Inlet, both sides of the inlet. And I think the demise of that industry and what's now going to happen under this bill is something that deeply concerns us, as well as the generations of Canadians who have been involved in this important industry. And I was taking note of the comments from George McPherson, who's the president of the Shipyard General Workers Federation, who said that the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about a third of its capacity. And he points out that with the passage of this trade agreement, that Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. And in fact, he points out that the government's plan is an outrage. So I would just ask the member if he would comment in terms of the impact on workers who have built up this industry and have developed those skills, all now to see it to be lost.
The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Vancouver. I think it's something to note how difficult these jobs were to actually create in the first place. That if we were to look back through the records of this Parliament and other legislatures across this country, when the establishment of shipyards was first of the debate, it took an enormous amount of effort, not only on the part of industry, but also on the part of government, to establish these fine and solid industries. And the expertise that's required to work within those industries is very hard to come by as well. And we know that these workers are in demand around the world. We know that when those talents and when those experiences leave an area or a country, which has been happening in Canada, they're so hard to attract back. And this, if nothing else, is a sign of good faith on the part of the government to agree with New Democrats to assist the industry and just allow it a fair shake, to put it on a level playing field with the other countries around the world with which we compete, so that there is a sense of hopefulness within the industry and the families that work in it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and I know that the critic from the NDP on this issue has shared with us some of the letters that he's received on this, and one of these is particularly striking to me. I come from the labour movement originally, and this is a disheartened worker. This Robert Vance signs his letter, another soon-to-be unemployed shipyard worker, and in his letter he talks, in part, one of the most surprising things to me as a shipyard worker is that all stakeholders in the industry, including owners and operators and unions from coast to coast, have emphasized the need for the support during the committee hearings. And he goes on to say, it's a shame that the Liberal Party feels it has to remain a pup of the Conservative government in supporting another bad free trade deal for Canada. I'd just like the members' view. I'm sure you've seen the same letter. It goes on more, but I don't want to make it partisan here. This is a hurting worker in this country.
The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
I think this points out an extraordinary contradiction. We almost needed a hypocrisy meter in this place to measure how the Liberals are going to be one day from the next, because what people hear when they come to our committees is they hear the platitudes and the nice words, which are so easy for members of Parliament to say, but when the rubber hits the road and it's time to act or to fall down, we've seen far too, is it 60? I'm losing track, 62 times? Something like that, 63. The numbers are getting higher and higher every week of the Liberal supporting Conservative agenda, while in question period at committees, they're trying to tell Canadians and convince them of something different. Here's a moment when we clearly need the Liberals to show a little bit of backbone, because we have this power. This is a minority parliament. It should conduct itself like one. Otherwise, all members supporting the government should simply stand up and say so. And that would be a little bit more honest and a little bit more of integrity than what we've seen so far.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, I'm speaking to Bill C2 at report stage at this time. And it's very useful here. It's not necessary for me to tell you this again, Mr. Speaker, but you've known for a long time that we are here as members of the Bloc Québécois to protect the interests of the people of Quebec, the province of Quebec, first and foremost. And it's important to point out that to date, the government has never provided us an impact study prior to signing a trade agreement. An impact study that would give us an overview of all of the repercussions of a free trade agreement on the economy of Canada, or the economy of Quebec. So it's in that context, Mr. Speaker, that we need to conduct some in-depth analysis. And in doing so, what we see in this agreement with the European Association, Quebec comes out on the winning end, because you know that for Quebec, the pharmaceutical industry is a very important one. We export and import considerable products. There's the issue of Switzerland. There's also nickel that's exported. And a trade with Norway. %80 of Quebec's nickel goes to Norway, and there's a lot of aluminum sent to Iceland. So those three aspects, Mr. Speaker, are such that under this free trade agreement, Quebec would be better off, would have great opportunities for the future. Now, with the comprehensive analysis of this free trade agreement, we must acknowledge that there was an important issue, the shipbuilding issue. Now, we know that this has been under negotiation for the past 10 years, since 1998, Mr. Speaker, to sign an agreement. We know that the negotiations were delayed, they even stopped at one point, and we know that this was due to the issue of shipbuilding, because it was such an important and key component and key issue. And today, what we're seeing is that with or without a free trade agreement, with or without a free trade agreement that contains a phase out for rights over, or these provisions over 15 years for shipbuilding, is not going to jeopardize the shipbuilding industry. What is jeopardizing the industry and endangering it is the lack of industrial policy for the industry from the federal government. Now, since 1998, the federal government, to all intents and purposes, has ruled out any subsidies for shipbuilding, while at the same time, Norway has provided considerable subsidies to the industry, which enabled it to modernize and to progress and to become more efficient, while at the same time, Canada and Quebec were suffering from this absence of policy. Now, with respect to this industry, the government didn't adapt to the aid package or the assistance, but as you may recall, Quebec had a refundable credit which for several years was taxable, considered taxable under the Income Tax Act in Ottawa. And so that created an issue of 25%. And so the federal government filled up its coffers with this 25% that the Quebec government gave to the shipbuilding industry. But the government must invest massively. Now, the government today has made comments. So they appeared before the committee and said that the assistance being provided to the industry is sufficient, be it through the accelerated capital cost allowance or other measures. But between you and me, Mr. Speaker, those measures are far from being enough or sufficient. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if you'd like to indicate how much time I have left so I can cover the most important aspects of my notes here. Mr. Speaker, I don't even have the honor of having you listening to me. I'm not sure if anyone else in the chamber is listening to me. Well, Mr. Speaker, I was asking how much time I had left so that I could determine what I should cover. Okay, well, that's good. Thank you. I'll have some time to fit in the essential aspects here because my comments are focusing on the importance of the shipbuilding industry because, as we heard my NDP colleague say earlier, he had said that there was support for this approach to exclude the shipbuilding construction from the free trade agreement, and that the MEL Davy unions and whatnot supported this measure. Now, it's important to point out that it took over 10 years to negotiate this agreement. And if we exclude this, or in fact the area where there was the greatest amount of disagreement or discord, was dealt with this issue of shipbuilding. As I've mentioned, carving that out of an agreement would lead to something different, new negotiations. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I pointed out earlier, in fact, that we are here to defend the interests of Quebec, and we can see the interests for Quebec in this bill. I've mentioned several of them earlier. And with respect to the shipbuilding industry, the maritime shipbuilding industry, we have to look back over this 18-year period. Now, if the federal government, well, in fact, over the next 18 years, we undoubtedly won't have the same government, and I assume that successive governments will be aware that there need to be considerable investments made in this industry. So, Mr. Speaker, this period, during this period, if nothing was received from the federal government as under a free trade agreement or otherwise, the shipbuilding industry probably won't be able to survive unless we provide some type of direct assistance. Now, people spend a lot of time talking these days about loan guarantees. That's an important aspect. We could talk about that. We could talk about assistance for leasing. This could have the same impact as the accelerated capital cost allowance. This could be of assistance to them. We could also provide funding for the purchasing of vessels, etc. So these are a host of ideas, Mr. Speaker, that we could put together and incorporate into a shipbuilding policy. And a responsible government could do that. But when I say a responsible government, well, we're seeing that is less and less the case of the government. Did it apply to the previous government? Well, anyways, people often learn from their mistakes, and maybe one day we'll have a government in this country that will truly be responsible for all of its industries, which contribute to the economy of Canada and Quebec. Now, regardless of what happens, 18 years is a long period of time, but it's simply a period of time that would be, in fact, what would be important in this period of time would be for us to take responsibility as a country, as an independent country in Quebec, over these kind of agreements and shipbuilding, and that would be the best of both worlds for us, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I've listened very, very carefully to each word. And as we know, Mr. Speaker, we may have a preliminary vote within the next few days, but the final vote on the carve-out won't take place for a few weeks. Now, my question is very clear. There are workers in Quebec who unanimously call upon the Bloc to support the NDP motion to exclude the maritime shipbuilding industry from this agreement. There is no ambiguity with respect to the position. Their position is crystal clear. They wanted the Bloc to vote with the NDP on this. So my question over the next few weeks, since this issue will be raised and discussed for a number of days, even if the Conservatives want to get rid of the issue within the next few minutes. No, the question will remain, and it's simple. What would it take for the Bloc to support this measure, this NDP measure, to help the workers in the shipbuilding industry in Quebec? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, as soon as I get rid of this question period here, but I don't want to say that that's not what I mean. I'm going to, the first thing I'm going to do is go back to my office and contact the union, because, Mr. Speaker, the previous member for the NDP informed us that the party had the support of the union in Lausanne. Now, if we look at this document, the document apparently came in during question period. So when I talked about responsibility earlier, I would like to point out that it's my responsibility to verify their position, to verify their expectations, and to look at how we could reach some kind of agreement. But, Mr. Speaker, in a previous life, I was an accountant, and I've worked for unions in the past. And when I received a mandate from the unions, my work aimed to help them ensure that their jobs wouldn't be lost, and I will continue to work along those same lines. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have a question, and I'd like to hear the remarks from my honourable colleague. I have the letter for the union, the Maritime Union. A letter from Jimmy Vesley, who's calling on the Liberal Party, asking them to support a carve-out for this industry, the shipbuilding industry. Now, I'd like to hear the members' views. Why does a union have to contact a party to obtain protection for other Canadians? Despite of our political allegiance, it seems to me that we would be in agreement on this issue. We would agree that the shipbuilding should be carved out of the agreement in order to protect our industry in Canada. It seems to me that that's very clear. So I have a question. Why think that there are members here who don't support the issue that we're discussing here today? The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. A very short response, please. Well, our colleague referred to a second letter from a different union, a letter of support. Now, there are two main places in Quebec, Verrou, au Quebec, and Lévis. Now, I have to admit, Mr. Speaker, that we did not have contacted directly with these groups, with the union or management, but it's like the previous member said, there is some time left, and I'm going to do my homework and sit down and look at it. I'm going to be responsible and get the information that I need to see what kind of an impact that this could have on the agreement, etc.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I stand here today to speak to motion C2 and yet another free trade agreement, I am concerned. Concerned for the workers of Hamilton and concerned for Canadian workers as a whole. Canada, Mr. Speaker, has gone through over 20 years of free trade agreements, and I've watched in my riding of Hamilton East Stony Creek, in particular the Hamilton East portion, the seemingly endless parade of companies who have left Hamilton or closed as a direct result of free trade. My observation, Mr. Speaker, is that most Canadians do not feel free trade is free at all. I watched Burlington Street in Hamilton go from a dynamic, bustling centre of manufacturing to a mere shadow of its former self. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the very day the original draft free trade agreement was tabled, the free trade agreement, the first one between Canada and the United States, Firestone Canada and Hamilton, on the words of that draft agreement, closed its once proud plant on Burlington Street. We warned them, Mr. Speaker. The labour movement, organizations like the then brand new Council of Canadians warned them. We all warned them particularly because most Canadian cities are within 100 miles of the American border, that with free trade and the removal of tariff barriers, our plants owned by American companies would move or close. I take absolutely no satisfaction in having been right. Mr. Speaker, during the first two years of that original free trade agreement between 1988 and 1990, Ontario lost 524,000 manufacturing jobs. Canada, and Hamilton in particular, quite literally bled jobs to the United States and Mexico. Now, Hamilton, long known for steel production, once was one of the leading textile manufacturing sites in all of North America. Mr. Speaker, those plants are long gone. During the past 20 to 25 years, Canada, and to a great degree much of the free world, has been on the wrong track. A track comprised of deregulation and free trade, as espoused first by Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, and of course Brian Mulroney. For evidence, look to today's crisis in the American market, a place where business was conducted in this Wild West environment. And now we can see the outcome, the lack of proper regulation or deregulation, and the requirement of enforcement. It's almost like the sheriff left town and Wall Street ran rampant with that reckless abandon that we've become so aware of in the last few months. Canada once had an auto pact, which protected our market and ensured employment in that important industry and the associated support industries. The Liberals, when in government, let that agreement slip away. Now we not only have cuts to auto plants, but Hamiltonian steel workers are being laid off. In fact, Mr. Speaker, we're seeing thousands upon thousands of support jobs lost along with those direct manufacturing jobs. For Hamilton and Hamilton steel plants, this has proven to be devastating. No orders means no work, which means layoffs. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, I can recall in 1988 the Labour movement and other organizations like that, newly minted Council of Canadians, warning that this day would come if the Government of Canada signed on to that free trade agreement. Similar warnings were issued in 1993 regarding NAFTA. The Liberals, in fact, were at the front with those warnings. In fact, they were warning themselves. And they made promises, Mr. Speaker, promises that they would not sign on to NAFTA, which of course they did shortly after winning that election. Today, Canadian industries are very, very fragile. Industries like shipbuilding in particular need attention from their government. Canada has been known worldwide for the quality of our shipbuilding, but other countries have worked hard to protect their shipbuilding with massive subsidies to aid their development, such as with Norway. Canada has lagged and has not had the comprehensive strategy to protect this important industry. The New Democratic Party at committee tried to protect this industry with no less than 16 motions, which were turned back by the chair with the aid of the Liberal Party members present. For the information of the members present today, shipbuilding is exempted from NAFTA. The Shipbuilding Association of Canada at the committee made it clear that shipbuilding must be removed from the Canada-EU trade agreement. This agreement will reduce Canadian tariffs on ships from 25% to zero over 10 to 15 years. If we allow this to happen, we will lose our market altogether. Members also need to know the United States has always protected its shipbuilding industry ever since the Jones Bill of 1920. That legislation protects the U.S. capacity to produce commercial ships. The Jones Act requires commerce between U.S. ports on inland waters to be reserved for ships that are U.S. built, U.S. owned, registered under U.S. law, and U.S. manned. The United States has implemented in recent years a heavily subsidized naval reconstruction program. All of this, Mr. Speaker, is to the direct benefit of their shipyards and their U.S. workers. Where's Canada been? Canada can and must do the same thing. Canada must separate shipbuilding from this free trade agreement. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the shipbuilding sector must be excluded from this, completely excluded from this agreement, as I've said. The government should immediately put together an enhanced structural financing facility along with an accelerated capital cost allowance for this industry. And of course, an important component would be a Buy Canadian strategy. And we've heard this Buy Canadian strategy, Mr. Speaker, at a number of levels. We heard it first when the United Steelworkers made representation to the Congress in the United States when we heard the Buy American plan. Within the free trade agreements that we are now party to, there are provisions that allow for a Buy Canadian strategy. It allows for municipalities and provincial governments to buy Canadian. It's got some limitations to that, but our government doesn't seem to want to entertain this option at all. In fact, the so-called free traders of the world raise their arms in concern when it happens. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, that could be the very foundation for the salvation of not only shipbuilding, but our manufacturing sector altogether. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I listened very carefully to what the honourable member said from the NDP party, and I was quite intrigued because he referred to what was supposedly said and discussed in committee. The member was not in committee. I vice chair the committee, Mr. Chairman, and I'm just surprised where he came up with this information. But besides that, Mr. Speaker, I want to ask him, because he referred to Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher, took us back, well over 20 years, and how bad doing trade supposedly is, or putting these agreements are. So I want to ask him, does he agree that we should have not got into any agreements? It was in the maybe hundreds of millions of dollars that we were doing 21, 25 years ago. And today, Mr. Speaker, to the best of my knowledge, I think we do on an average day $1.8 to $2 billion, which created jobs to give and take. But the most important thing, Mr. Speaker, on shipbuilding that he talked about, the stakeholders came before our committee, which he was not there, and gave us suggestions of how we could make this work. For example, he talked about the SFF, the Structured Financial Facility, and the ACCC, the Accelerated Capital Cost Allowance, that if the government was to incorporate the two, it would become a viable situation for our shipbuilding industry, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. First of all, as I said in my remarks, I don't think free trade has been free for Canada at all. And you asked what we should have been doing initially. Back in the time of that original free trade agreement, we had proposals for sector-by-sector management, managed trade. That's what the Auto Pact was. People of the day that were concerned about free trade said that we should have looked at the individual sectors and modeled after the Auto Pact. And I think that was a strategy that would have served Canada better. I'm sure within this place there are many free traders who believe just the entire opposite. But I will say one thing, that Simon Reisman, who negotiated on behalf of Canada, was a proponent of selling water to the United States, yet he was on our side. He was part of a compact, a group that was prepared to sell water to the United States. So from my perspective, we were sunk from the very beginning of that particular agreement.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek. And I think his historical perspective about these trade agreements is something that really informs the debate that we're having today on C2, because one of the things that strikes me is that, for example, we know that since 1924, every free trade deal that has ever been negotiated by the Americans has excluded shipbuilding and marine services, because the Americans have always understood how important shipbuilding and marine services are to their economy and to their sense of national purpose, and the industry is very important. So it's very interesting to hear these notions of what free trade is all about, and that somehow it's about, enhancing the economy and protecting jobs. I mean, we can see in this case, the Americans have actually carved out shipbuilding because they wanted to protect it, and this is something that's very relevant to the debate today, and I wonder if the member would comment on that.
Good. The honourable member from Hamilton East, Stony Creek, a short answer, please.
Well, I certainly see the relevance between all the trade agreements from the very first one. You might have noticed in my remarks that I referred to the Council of Canadians. It was part of my initial activism. I was the very first president of the Hamilton chapter of the Council of Canadians, and that's where that foundation was built. That was where that understanding came from. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to stand here and to talk on behalf of Canadian workers, and I guess I do so with a heavy heart, because I don't even understand why we have to even think of making this exemption to take naval construction or the shipbuilding industry out of this agreement. It would stand to reason that members from all parties would largely support protecting Canadian industry, regardless of which political spectrum that we represent. However, that being said, I'd like to pursue this and to explain why I believe that the shipbuilding industry should be taken out of this agreement. In front of me, I have a letter written to my colleague, MP for Burnaby New Westminster, from the Shipyard General Workers Federation of British Columbia, which I quote, it says, "On behalf of these members, I'm writing to urge that the government reconsider signing EFTA, as there will be many seriously negative consequences for the shipbuilding industry. At the very least, we request that the shipbuilding industry be exempted from this agreement."
Here, here.
A letter I have in front of me, which I find disturbing, Mr. Speaker, written to members of the Liberal Party on behalf of 700 Halifax shipyard workers who are asking this party to support us in making this exemption. I quote from the letter: "In every free trade agreement since 1924, the United States of America has seen the importance of this strategic industry to its sovereignty, yet we in Canada fail to put policies in place to even protect our shipbuilding industry, although the Conservative government would like the people of Canada to believe that a 15-year phase-out of the 25% tariff on shipbuilding would put us on a level playing field with the European Trade Association. This is pure fantasy," according to Jamie Vaslet of the Industrial Union of Marine and Shipbuilding Workers. We have Mr. George McPherson, President of the Shipyard General Workers Federation, who basically has stated the following, Mr. Speaker. He's saying that the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about a third of its capacity. Canadian demand for ships over the next 25 years is estimated to be worth $40 billion. Under the proposed FTAs with Norway, Iceland, and the planned FTA with Korea and then Japan, these Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. In these terms, the government plan is an absolute outrage.
And Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to say as well is this. The only thing that is missing really is the political will on the part of the federal government. We support the position of Mr. Andrew MacArthur with caveats, who represents the shipbuilding industry of Canada, and who said that he expressed himself very clearly before the committee. That is that shipbuilding shouldn't be excluded from this agreement, and the federal government should have a funding well-structured mechanism set in place, and there should be an acceleration for depreciation.
What is happening is that it seems to be that we have a tendency over the last 20 years at least in our government to, when we sign agreements, to forget about the workers and those Canadians that depend on various professions. We're looking right now at an example of the shipbuilding industry. This is a symptom, I believe, of our attitude as a country towards all industries in Canada. And I'd like to talk a little bit about agriculture. Right now, as we speak, at the World Trade Organization, there's a movement on the part of the WTO to put pressure on Canada to basically bring the end of the Canadian Wheat Board. For example, by ending the ability of the Wheat Board to borrow at government rates and requiring Canada to eliminate single desk selling by 2013, a wheat board which is supported by farmers, Western farmers in Canada, and which has been getting prices and good and enabling farmers to make a living in these troubled times. At that same agreement, I was told by representatives of the Canadian Dairy Federation that each dairy farmer stands to lose $70,000 if there's modifications to supply management at the World Trade Organization. Now, Mr. Speaker, that is not acceptable. We've seen when we signed under NAFTA in the free trade agreement with the United States, we've seen over the last 20 years that cattle ranchers are making less than half of what they were making before the free trade agreement was signed in 1989. We've seen thousands of vegetable producers devastated in Ontario, for example, in British Columbia, that are no longer able to compete with cheap produce coming in from the United States, where before the free trade agreement we had in-season tariffs. So a vegetable producer in the Niagara Peninsula could make sure that he or she had a market and was able to make a living. We don't have any more of that because of these free trade agreements that we're signing. So, as I said earlier on, the idea of shipbuilding, this is symptomatic of the attitude that somehow we've developed in Canada, that we have to give away everything. Americans have not given away their shipbuilding industry. Americans have protected their energy under NAFTA. We've given away our energy under NAFTA so that we cannot even decrease our exports of oil and gas to the United States without proportionally decreasing domestic consumption. We've signed a chapter in NAFTA that allows foreign corporations to sue our Canadian governments so that our tax dollars try to defend our governments, whether provincial or federal or local, against these suits. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's time for us to realize and determine a direction that we want to go as a country, and a very positive step in this direction would be to get this shipbuilding clause out of this agreement so that it becomes a fair trade agreement, so that it becomes an agreement where we can protect Canadian jobs. And I would like to go further. I would like to say that we should, all of us here in this House, start encouraging the idea of giving preference to Canadian procurement when we're buying either military vessels or airplanes or food for Canadian institutions. It's ludicrous that we have to almost bring up the topic that we have to either support our industry or support our farmers, that somehow we've slipped along this path that it doesn't really matter anymore. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I think that by taking this clause, as many of my colleagues here who have spoken have mentioned, by taking this shipbuilding clause out of the agreement, this would then signify that we're ready to start protecting not only our shipbuilding industry, but to the future would set a precedent so that no country will then be allowed to start putting pressure on us to get rid of our jobs as we sign these agreements. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member talked about giving away and giving away. We don't give away. I just want to remind him briefly as a comment that the member from Outremont was willing to sell Canadian water. So that's just for the record, and he's on the record saying that. But on shipbuilding, Mr. Speaker, last Thursday we had before our committee, again, members of the shipbuilding industry, and they said with certain adjustments and certain restructuring, Mr. Speaker, we can be competitive. We can compete. And this procurement that is before us, and it's not something that's going to happen overnight. I'm glad he mentioned over 15 years. You know, we cannot, I want to ask the member, afford. Does he think we can just walk away from any trade agreements? One example, Mr. Speaker, I will give you. We procrastinated in signing on the Central America Free Trade Agreement. The Americans did, and they're benefiting. Today, we're out of that picture. Is he telling us that we should just not sign agreements with anybody and just stay esoteric as a nation? Is that what he's really advocating?
The Honourable Member from the BC Southern Interior.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his comments. I think, Mr. Speaker, what we need is some backbone in this country. What we need is to be able to stand up for our workers and sign an agreement that's fair. The American Congress does it all the time. They've done it with shipbuilding. They continually hammer us with agriculture. Other countries have supported their shipbuilding industry to the extent that we look at Norway, who's a major competitor, and who will come in and be supplying ships to our country if we don't start doing something to stand up for our industry. So we can have trade, but we have to stand up for Canadians first, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I just want to say to the member from BC Southern Interior, right on. I think he nailed it on the head. You know, we're not opposed to trade agreements. It's what we give away and whether or not those trade agreements are fair. I've just been reviewing some of the media reports on this story, and of course one of the big things that happened just about a month or so ago is the fact that for the first time since 1976, Canada posted a trade deficit of $458 million, meaning that we bought more from foreign supplies than Canada sold to foreign customers. So, I mean, here we have a trade agreement that's going to do in our shipbuilding industry when we could actually be producing things, manufacturing important resources and products here in our own country and hopefully supplying to others. And yet we're going to be signing off on a bill here that's going to go in exactly the opposite direction. So I think the member from BC Southern Interior has got it exactly right, that our job here is to stand up for Canadian workers and to support these industries and to make sure they don't get signed away on a slip of paper, even if there's, you know, up to 15 years. The reality is, and we're hearing this from the workers themselves, that they think that this is a rotten deal. So I just like to ask the member to give us some more information on these trade agreements and how bad they are for Canada.
The Honourable Member from the BC Southern Interior.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her comments. I just, you know, as an answer, I have a quotation here from George McPherson, President of the Shipyard General Workers Federation, at the Standing Committee, who said, "The position of the association from day one is that shipbuilding should be carved out from EFTA. We have been told categorically time and again by the government we do not carve industries out. Well, I'd like to ask, why do we not carve industries out? Why are we so timid that we cannot look at an agreement and say, we'll take this and we won't take this? And you know what? If you don't like it, well, we'll deal with somebody else. As I said, the Americans do this all the time. We've done this in agriculture. We've done this in softwood. We've sold our industry out in softwood. Now we're doing it in shipbuilding, and I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame if everybody didn't stand up here to support carving this out of this agreement.
Stop the sell-up.
Questions and comments? A very quick question, the Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member from Scarborough West knows full well every single representative from the shipbuilding industry, whether owners and manufacturers or workers, asked for this carve-out. So my question to the member from BC Southern Interior is why he thinks the Liberals would ignore every single witness, all of whom unanimously said support the NDP and vote for the carve-out.
The Honourable Member from BC Southern Interior, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know the answer to that. I always believed that the Liberal Party stood up for Canadian workers and stood up for Canadian families. And I don't quite understand why he would not support keeping Canadian industry viable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine.
Paiement de
Equalization payments.
For Halifax Housing, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, Pay Equity. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House in support of the proposal by the Honourable Member from Burnaby, New Westminster, to strike out Clause 38 from the Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement. It may come as a surprise to this House that a landlubber such as the representative from Edmonton Strathcona would care about the shipping industry. But let me share with you today the long historic background that my family has with this industry. But first, let me share with you that first of all, we allowed the decimation of our fish stocks. First on our east coast, and now the disappearing fish stocks on our west coast. Entire communities have lost their revenue source. Now former fishers and fish plant workers must leave their communities and commute to the northern area of my province to toil in the tar sands to feed their communities. Now we witness, with the support of the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party, the demise of a historic nation-building shipbuilding industry and the jobs once provided by the historic sector. We witness every representative of the shipping industry, whether workers or owners, coming to the Parliamentary Committee, begging for the support of the members of this House to support the continuation of their industry, and no support is found to them except for the members of my party. Shame on the official opposition. They are supposed to stand up for Canadians when the promise of the Conservative Party to stand up for Canadians disappears when it comes to speaking for Canadians' benefit in yet another free trade agreement.
Shade.
Shipping and shipbuilding, not only next to the Courrier de Bois, has been the key to building the very foundations of our nation. My family's roots, beginning around 1610 in Mosquito Point and Carbonear, were based on the shipping industry. My ancestor, Gilbert Pike, who was a buccaneer, their ships attacked my ancestors' ships, and they moved to Newfoundland and became very active in the fishing industry. My family depended on the shipping industry to bring in the supplies so that our community could survive and to ship the cod out to the European community. Very, very critical to trade. If it was not for the shipbuilding industry, there would not be the entire community of Carbonear. The most famous person in Newfoundland, Sheila Nagara, my ancestor. So I say to you, at this point in time, we're talking about the demise of one of the very founding industries of our country. How can the other members of this House sit by and allow this industry to disappear? In my own city, the city of Edmonton, there was one of the most important founding industries, I'm sure unbeknownst to the other members of the House, even those from my city, an historic shipbuilding industry right on the banks of the North Saskatchewan River. It was one of the most important industries that founded our city and kept our city going. They built both sailing ships and barges that plied the rivers, that developed the north and fed the fur trade industry, supported the Aboriginal and the trapping industries, and the gold rush. If it were not for that industry, the city of Edmonton wouldn't have developed into the burgeoning municipality it is today. The shipbuilding industry has come to the members of Parliament pleading for the support of their own elected officials. Please stand up for shipbuilders and those who work in that industry. Stand up for Canadians. One of the other nations that will be party to this agreement, the Canada-European Agreement on Free Trade, has stood up for their industry. Norway stood up for their shipbuilding industry and has now a burgeoning industry. Our southern partner, United States of America, has stood up for their shipbuilding industry. What is wrong with our country? What is wrong with our elected officials? We have the members of the shipbuilding union and the shipbuilders themselves taking the time away from their families and their jobs to come to Ottawa to plead with the members of Parliament. Please, we're all for free trade. We're all for selling our products overseas and entering into this very important industry. But stand up for our side of the trade. Are we only going to be a country of buyers and not sellers? We need also, though, to keep in mind, as the honorary member from Northwest Territories regularly reminds me in the House and outside, we have to look to the future. What about the Arctic trade? The members across the floor keep talking about how they're going to build, development in the Arctic. Well, what the heck do they think we're going to use when we are protecting and developing in the Arctic? We need ships. Should not those ships be built in Canada? Do we not have the expertise and the wherewithal to develop those and build those specialized vessels that not only Canadians will use, not only our Coast Guards, not only those that ply our oceans, but we could sell those specialized ships to people around the world who are chomping at the bit to come into Arctic waters. In the presentation by Dr. Vincent, renowned polar expert, last week to parliamentarians, he pointed out that we have an opportunity in Canada, both in the Arctic and the Antarctic. For the Arctic, by virtue of geography, it is ours to claim. Why are we not claiming this piece of the industry and developing and building the very ships that will ply the Arctic so that we make sure that they are safe and do not cause environmental harm? Secondly, he said, in the Antarctic, there's our opportunity for marketing. We could also be marketing specialized ships to ply the Antarctic and support the researchers. So I'm standing up today, as have the other members, in support of this recommendation to strike Clause 38, which means that we'll be speaking on behalf of Canadians when we sign on to this trade agreement. I had the privilege of working for the North American Commission for Environmental Cooperation. That organization was formed as part of one of the side agreements to NAFTA. I'm very proud to say that I contributed in a positive way to free trade in North America. But we have to make sure that we stand up for the important sides of free trade. We remember the interests of Canadians, not just the interests of major corporations or people who might want to sell Canada wares or might want to sell Canada ships. We should be thinking in terms of the workers in Canada in this time of economic constraint. We should be thinking first and foremost of supporting our Canadian industries, supporting our Canadian workers. So, I rest my case. I think that the request of the honourable member is eminently reasonable. It speaks on behalf of Canadians, and it's about time that the official opposition of this House spoke up on behalf of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have one quick question for the member. And her colleague, who sits on our committee and has done a tremendous job in terms of putting the point forward on shipbuilding, the member from Burnaby, New Westminster. He was at the meeting last Thursday, when the representatives said that if properly structured, the industry that is, number one,
And number two, if the structural financial facility was combined with the accelerated capital cost allowance, that would really make things happen for the industry. They would be viable, they would be strong, they could compete. If those two things were in place, Mr. Speaker, would then the New Democratic Party support this?
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reply to the question from the honourable member, as a lawyer, I would have to profess that it's inappropriate for me to rely on hearsay. So I cannot specifically speak to the remarks passed on to me by the honourable member, as I did not have the opportunity to participate in that discussion. But I am well aware from reading the written record that every single intervener that came forward to speak as a witness spoke in favour of striking out this clause.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from the Western Arctic.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her presentation on this very important issue. And, you know, I want to go back to some of the discussion about the future of Canadian shipbuilding and the future of developing the Arctic and the kinds of vessels that are required there. My question to her would be, taking the situation where there is no protection in Canada for the development of new technology that has to be employed on these ships, what company would invest in Canada? What company would put the effort into Canada when they could be undercut by so many other countries around the world for the same type of technology, same type of advanced work that's required to build the types of vessels that are going to be used in the Arctic in the future?
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member from the Northwest Territories for his cogent question. He raises a very good point. I mean, who else but Canada should put as a top priority what the needs are for Canadians and our shipping? As an environmental lawyer with 35 years' experience, I'm extremely concerned about the plight of our Arctic and this drive to exploit as fast as possible without ensuring we have the protections in place. We only need look back to the devastating spill on the west coast of British Columbia, where shipbuilders gave little attention to environmental protection and every attention to plying their trade, and with Canada suffering the effect on our wildlife and our oceans and the fishery. So it's absolutely incumbent upon Canada to make sure that we're putting a priority on the development of shipping that will ply the trade either in our Great Lakes or in our Arctic or along our riverways.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from BC Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Quite some time ago on Agriculture Committee, we made a number of recommendations, and I believe you were with us then, where all members unanimously voted on food security recommendations. We submitted these to the government, and we were told on some we have to be careful because of trade obligations. Now, I would like to submit that individually here in the House, that if every member were asked, do you think that we should have a viable shipbuilding industry in Canada? Do you support Canadian workers? I would submit that everybody would say yes. So if that's the case, I would like to ask my colleague, what pressure does she feel is coming to shift the focus? Why is there a policy not to take this out of this agreement? Why is there a policy to exclude the, Canadian workers? And what's happening? If all of us, the idea is we agree that we should support industry and workers and families, what is it? What pressures are there that make us do this shift as a federal government?
The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
I thank the honourable member for his question. I would have to say that in all honesty, I can't imagine what influences could there be that would have any level of credibility to the members of Parliament in this House that they would put ahead of the needs of our Canadian shipping industry and the workers who work in that industry. Surely in the foremost of our mind, when we're making decisions on such momentous matters as whether or not we sign on to a free trade agreement and what those terms will be, we must be thinking first and foremost of the interests of Canadians, jobs that we can create, and for the future benefit of Canadians. So I cannot imagine what on earth the members can be thinking that they would not support the amendment proposed by the honourable member.
Resuming debate. The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by quoting a couple of members who came before the committee because they've been referenced here as I've been in the House today. And I, like the honourable member from down the House
who was with us. I was at the committee when they were there. And let me quote Mr. Andrew MacArthur in reply to a question about what his belief was about, was this a sellout of the shipbuilding industry and should it be a carve-out? In his reply is, and I quote, "If it's not a sellout, it's getting close to it. It definitely doesn't enhance the survivability of the industry. It jeopardizes it. It would be pretty hard to say it's an absolute sellout, although it's getting close." And this from an industry representative who talks about his multi-years in the industry. In fact, the gentleman has experience on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean, originally being from my homeland of Scotland, and knows the shipbuilding industry there as well. So what he says, it goes on to say, it's not only EFTA that concerns us. The ground rules may be set. And I repeat that. Through EFTA, the ground rules could indeed be set. Because we're negotiating with Singapore, we're negotiating with South Korea, and once you set the ground rules, again, once you set those ground rules, if we then get the same with all these other countries, then the industry is in very tough conditions, and it can only survive then on government contracts. But then, of course, this side of the House, and of course the other side of the House, knows what happened to those government contracts. I believe there was a sense that there was going to be 2 new supply ships built for the Canadian Navy, and I would ask my honourable colleague from Eastern Shore, Sackville, if he was here, if indeed he's seen those 2 supply ships in Halifax lately. And I think the response would probably be no, since they haven't been built. And part of the reason, of course, Mr. Speaker, that they weren't built was the government said, well, the bid was too expensive. That's from our yards. Well, of course the bid may have, in the government's estimation, been too expensive because these shipyards aren't producing at maximum level. In fact, by their own records, they're producing at about 1/3 capacity, which means you have to retrofit the yard to do a vessel of that size. And, of course, you need to find workers. And that enhances, and in fact, it multiplies the effect of what the cost is going to be when you actually bid the job, because you're actually going to have to go out and find those workers. And indeed, you're going to have to go out and be able to enhance the yard so that it actually can produce the product. And that, Mr. Speaker, contributes to the cost and the fact that it was so high. But then again, one could argue that is the cost really that high in the sense of it's Canadian taxpayers' money going to build Canadian ships, to have Canadian sailors be on those ships, made by Canadian workers in Canada, who will pay Canadian taxes to the Canadian government, who will then be able to circulate that money back into the economy through other measures and other programs because they've collected the money. And more importantly, inside the communities where those Canadian workers live, they'll now, of course, be putting back into the economy because they have a wage, not collecting unemployment insurance, which actually comes out of the fund, which actually can be used for other folks. So the multiplier effect, Mr. Speaker, is enormous. So when you really look at the cost of something and say, well, you know, it's a little bit higher than who, I guess, begs the question, Mr. Speaker. Korea? Was that the government's intention? If Canadian yards are too expensive, well, then we'll send those Canadian vessels for the Navy to Korea. Is this part of the master plan of let's get EFTA in place and then we'll simply negotiate the next shipbuilding contract with Korea, and we will see what the industry and the workers' representatives have said to us at committee, that the industry cannot survive. But let's sort of take a step back and look at what we see inside those yards. Mr. Speaker, you know, the people who work in those yards have very, very specific skills. Most of those skills are actually only adaptable to the yard themselves, so they'll build those vessels. Because ultimately, this is a highly skilled workforce, which is also, I may add, fairly labor-intensive. So an investment in a yard today produces jobs today as well. And from those jobs, you produce apprenticeships, which is retraining. I know the government's fond of talking about their action plan and about money for retraining, about money for retraining, and about money for jobs. Well, here, Mr. Speaker, is an absolute opportunity to take that rhetoric and simply write a check. Procure those vessels from Canadian yards, put those workers back to work, allow them to take on apprentices, because, Mr. Speaker, today the average age of a yard worker across this country is 53. Now, albeit for me, who's someone just a little north of 53, to say that that's getting on. But by the same token, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't take that much longer before those workers will retire. And without
replacing those workers through an apprenticeship program, we will see the demise of the yard because the labor component will disappear across this country. And that, Mr. Speaker, would be a shame, not only for those communities and those workers, but for this country, which has the largest coastline in the world. I mean, think of that. Here we really are a maritime nation, albeit some of us don't want to believe that from time to time. But my own riding of Welland, of course, is named after the Welland Canal. We're bordered by 2 lakes and a river, split in half by the Welland Canal. It's hard for us to not understand that we're a maritime nation when we live in the center of Ontario. But yes, indeed, we're surrounded by water. And in my riding, from time to time, you can actually watch the ship go across the bridge, which is really a tunnel for you, but it's a bridge for the boat. And for those who have never had that experience, as they head down that tunnel and see the boat go across over the top, Mr. Speaker, it's sort of the strangest feeling when you experience it for the very first time. To lose that ability, Mr. Speaker, to build those vessels in this country would be tantamount to criminal negligence.
Here, here.
We need to understand what the industry is saying to us, and I would think my honourable colleagues on the other side of the House, who tend to be friends of that group, would understand that. And if they don't, certainly the Liberals would, because the Liberals have been on this file before the Conservative government was. That what the industry has said from day one is, we need a viable industry in this country to build ships, and you need to help us establish that. They're willing to do their part, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the industry and the workers in the marine units have done that. And what they're saying to this government is, allow us to do what other nations around this world are doing, just like the Jones Act did for the U.S. Let us carve out shipbuilding. Let us have the same opportunities that Americans have, and we'll be able to compete. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, we'd have a sense of security in this country that we're actually going to build naval vessels in Canada for Canadian sailors. And it seems to me that's the very least we owe the women and men in our armed services, that they understand that when they get on that vessel, that it's Canadians that have produced it for them, it's Canadian quality that went into it, and they understand it's Canadian security that provided it for them. Not only that, Canadian taxpayers are looking at us to say, spend our money wisely. We entrust you with our money. And they do, Mr. Speaker, and they expect us to spend it wisely. You know what, I've said this in my other career as a municipal councillor, there's no wiser decision you can make as someone entrusted with their money than to spend it on them, to invest it in Canadians who give it to you, unwaveringly. They say to you, here it is, and they provide it to you. So, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that what we really need to do is have a carve-out. You know, we look at the tariff program and they say, well, we can build it over a number of years. The industry is saying that won't let us survive. You know, the Norwegian industry, which is the one that really we're going to compete with here, that's an industry that spent the last 20 years being subsidized by the Norwegian government, so indeed it could end up going to the marketplace. Why is it we can't do the same thing? It seems to me we're not asking for any more than that. Carve it out, Mr. Speaker. Carve it out so that we have an opportunity to do the same things the Norwegians have done. It seems like the fairest thing to do. If the Norwegians thought it was good enough for Norwegian citizens, the least the Canadian government can do is say it's good enough for Canadians. Why should we be second-class world citizens when it comes to looking after ourselves? Why would we want to put an industry and our workers in jeopardy when indeed we don't have to do that? You know, we have this opportunity here, and I would look to my colleagues on this side of the House, especially the Liberals, and say to them, you should rethink your position on the carve-out. You should rethink the perspective of what you're doing is selling out shipyard workers from coast to coast to coast in this country and decimating an industry that's been here for hundreds of years. You know, the first folks got here by ship, whether they happen to be the Aboriginal nations or not. You know, one can talk about a land bridge, but a lot of folks actually sailed to this country. To think that somehow we don't have that industry anymore, Mr. Speaker, really is, it wants to make one weep, to be honest. You know, especially to someone like myself as a new Canadian who came here with my parents. My father came here to build ships. You know, and a legacy to my father, the least I can do is stand in this House, because he's passed on now, is to say that I stood for shipbuilding in this country. That's what brought my family to this place, and I won't let him down, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the NDP member for from Welland for his very fine remarks, and it's been really wonderful to hear some of the historical references just within our own caucus. The member from Edmonton Strathcona as well, about the history of shipbuilding and how important it is to us in this country and our families and the generations that we've gone through. We talk so often about being from coast to coast to coast, and I think as the member pointed out, we are a maritime nation. And I think one of the really important points that he made was that we should be looking at new apprenticeship programs. We should be looking at upgrading our shipbuilding industry and trying new technologies. And I wonder if he could talk a little bit about that, because I know he's from the labor movement, and what it would mean in terms of training programs for a younger generation to be part of the shipbuilding industry and to carry it on into the new green economy.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Vancouver East. There's no question that what is lacking and what I've heard from young people throughout the Niagara region, not just in my own riding, over the years, is the lack of apprenticeship programs. There are programs in the colleges where you get a minimal amount of training, but ultimately what you need to do, Mr. Speaker, and the terminology may be somewhat archaic, but you need to actually have the master indentured program where you actually, as an apprentice, you work for a master tradesman or tradeswoman. And what needs to happen is you need to actually have a place to do that, because you can't serve an apprenticeship without a place to be. And one of those places to be would be in a shipyard, because there's an immense amount of trades programs inside of shipyards, whether it be in the welding area, whether it be the steel fabricating area, the rigging area, whether it be as an electrician. There's an amount of skills that are unparalleled in most other industries, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the shipyard workers will tell you quite openly that nearly all of the workers that actually work inside a yard are indeed apprenticeable programs and skilled workers. So it seems to me that the easiest thing to do is simply invest in it. We'll generate not only jobs for today, we'll generate jobs for tomorrow, because those apprentices will be taken up in the system, and we will be retraining that youth for those jobs for tomorrow with skills, Mr. Speaker, that can be taken elsewhere, can be taken into the fabrication of towers for wind turbines in the green economy, Mr. Speaker, can be taken all the way across the varying degrees.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
I want to thank my colleagues from Welland for what he have said. And when he talked about the channel of Welland, I remember people from New Brunswick used to leave New Brunswick and go work there, and we heard a lot about that. Us, we don't have to do that in the Atlantic. I mean, we don't need it's free. I mean, you know, when you look at the Atlantic, and we live by the maritime, we live by the water, and same for Newfoundland, or the whole Atlantic. But I think the government, would he agree with me that the government don't have respect for our workers? We have jobs that we could give here in this country, and we have the St. John's shipbuilding that is gone, and have done a good job for our country. And those jobs are gone. And when I say that they don't respect the workers of our country, right now we got people leaving the Atlantic to go work in Alberta in the oil rig, and now they're getting laid off, and the four foreign workers are staying in with cheap labor being used. And is it not just the same, just this, like they don't have the respect for the workers of our country?
The Honourable Member for Welland.
I thank my honourable colleague from Acadie-Bathurst for the question and the comments. There's no question that if a government really cared about workers, it'd invest in them. I mean, the shipyard workers and the shipyards themselves, and this is what sort of flabbergasts me, Mr. Speaker, is the shipyard owners themselves. The Irving family of shipyards is saying to this government, invest in the yard. You know, I can understand the Conservatives looking at Mr. Reiser, who represents the CAW Marine Unit, and saying, well, no, I don't think so, you're a trade union. But the shipyard owners, Mr. Speaker, the business conglomerate of this country, of the East Coast that owns shipyards, is saying to this government, carve it out.
Unanimous.
We need to carve it out. And it seems to me that not only does, as my colleague said, do they have disdain for the workers in those yards, they seem to have disdain for the shipyard owners. And that astounds me, because ultimately this is an easy investment, Mr. Speaker. We need those supply vessels. We need those Coast Guard vessels. We need them now. In fact, some would say we need them a year or two ago. And the thing, it seems to me, is write the check. Minister Flaherty says he wants to put money out there. Write the check.
I remind members that they are not to refer to their colleagues by their given names, but by the title. But anyway, the member's time has expired anyway. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise and speak today to C2, and I particularly want to acknowledge the tireless work of two members from the New Democrats. The member from Sackville Eastern Shore, of course, is a very familiar voice in this House and has called consistently over the years that I've been here for a shipbuilding policy. And the reason that we're speaking today in this House is because both the Conservatives and the Liberals have failed on that account. Shame. I also want to particularly acknowledge the member from Burnaby New Westminster, and it is with his very good work that we are here today to oppose vehemently the inclusion of shipbuilding in Bill C2. Now, I want to turn to some of the work that the member, I was going to say the minister. Now that would be an improvement if we had the minister here from Burnaby New Westminster. But I want to refer to some of the work that the member from Burnaby New Westminster had done around identifying what some of the issues were around shipbuilding. And what he said was, when he tabled a dissenting opinion, what he said was that Canada's shipbuilding industry is not operating anywhere near its maximum capacity and lacks support from the federal government. Canada is the only major seafaring nation without a strategic plan for its shipbuilding industry. Unlike Canada, Norway has used its period of tariff protection to heavily invest in and expand its shipbuilding industry, making it competitive and efficient. It was thus able to phase out its government subsidies by the year 2000. Because the shipbuilding industry has been worn away for so long by a lack of interest from federal government, by the time the tariffs are dropped in 15 years, if no aggressive policy is put in place, there will be little left in Canada other than foreign shipbuilding firms. Now, the major concern, of course, here is that this trade bill reduces tariffs on ships from 25% to zero over a period of 10 to 15 years, depending on the type of products, and nothing happens for the first 3 years. Now, why does it matter? I want to draw members' attention to a news release back from 2007 that was titled "No Celebrations Friday for BC Shipyard Workers." And it's talking about the fact that BC chose to build ferries in Germany. And what we saw was not only the fact that we could have had the capability to do it here, but what this particular article talks about is while BC Ferries holds a $60,000 party in Germany for 3,000 people on Friday, there will be no celebrating the launch of the first of the 3 German-built Super C-class ferries that have cost the province 3,500 direct and indirect jobs and the loss of $542 million in investments, said the BC Shipyard General Workers Federation. So what we do by investing in shipyards in this country, Mr. Speaker, is we not only create direct and indirect jobs, we not only generate significant amounts of dollars in new investment, but what we always fail to calculate when we're looking at costs of shipbuilding is we fail to calculate the returns to government. Because those workers pay taxes, successful businesses pay taxes, and that needs to be factored in any kind of equation when we're talking about support to our shipbuilding industries. Now, when the committee was hearing testimony on this, there were a couple of industry people who came forward and talked about the importance of the shipbuilding and why we should exempt shipbuilding from this particular agreement. George McPherson, the president of the Shipyard General Workers Federation, at the Standing Committee on Trade on March 3, 2009, said the Canadian shipbuilding industry is already operating at about 1/3 of its capacity. Canadian demand for ships over the next 25 years is estimated to be worth $40 billion. $40 billion. Andrew MacArthur from the Shipbuilding Association of Canada said the position of the association from day one is that shipbuilding should be carved out from EFTA. We have been told categorically time and again by the government we do not carve industries out. We raised the questions that the Jones Act in the U.S. was carved out from NAFTA. We are not allowed to build or repair for the Americans. The Americans have free access to our markets, so industries do get carved out. I'm sure there are numerous other examples. So we've got industry and labor arguing for this. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to touch on a couple of companies on Vancouver Island. My very own riding in Nanaimo Cowichan, we have the Nanaimo Shipyard Group. And I just want to point out that this shipyard has been in business since 1930. And it's been in the same location in the Newcastle Channel. They have over 10,000 square feet of covered area, And this company mainly carries out refit and maintenance on D&D, Coast Guard, and BC Ferry Corporation vessels. It also carries out work on deep-sea cargo vessels, fishing vessels, tug and barge fleets, yacht, fish farming service vessels, and other coastal vessels. You can see that they have a wide range of experience in terms of the kinds of repair that they do. Point Hope Shipyard in beautiful Victoria. This shipyard was first established at Point Hope in 1873. This was the first shipyard in BC, some have said, and it was in fact originally the ways were of wooden construction. It has a very significant history. They had written a letter to a number of ministers and talked about their long history, but they also pointed out their capabilities. Point Hope's capabilities extend to the construction of complete steel and aluminum vessels of 1,500 tons and 60 meters in length. And they go on to talk about the fact that they're ISO certified, and they are also we're applying for an additional ISO certification so they would meet environmental standards. We are a key participant in Canada's defence and industrial marine sector, providing significant employment and revitalization in the core of the city of Victoria. Point Hope is a success story and a model for the industry and has capabilities and resources to continue to grow and expand. I understand I'm driving the translators crazy because I'm speaking so fast because I have so much to say and I only have 10 minutes.
About it. You want to stand up for Canada.
We should be standing up for our shipyards, and I hear the member from Burnaby New Westminster saying, stand up for Canada. The shipyards and labour has got some solutions, and the Nanaimo shipyard has pointed to the fact that, in fact, they have written to the Standing Committee on Government Operations saying that, you know, they're an owner-operator of a small to medium-sized enterprise engaged in shipbuilding and repair. We employ approximately 100 to 150 people in 4 locations: Halifax, Nanaimo, Port Alberni, and Victoria. And they go on to talk about the fact that so many of the small and medium-sized enterprises have either gone bankrupt or been forced out of the industry. And what they're saying is why doesn't the government Canada, in the context of a larger shipbuilding strategy, actually have a policy that carves out some work for the small and medium-sized enterprises? And what they've done is they've pointed to the example of what happens in the United States. The United States has something called a Small Business Administration Program. And I won't go through all of the details on this, but it's a really good example of how in the U.S. that the government has created categories for contract opportunities reserved exclusively for small and medium-sized businesses. And there's a whole procedure there that small and medium-sized businesses can access. Now, Madam Speaker, in case you think that there isn't widespread support from shipyard workers and industry, I want to quote from some letters. We've got a letter here from the Shipyard General Workers Federation of British Columbia, and it's dated March the 11th, 2009. Says, and this is written to, the member from Burnaby New Westminster, but they feel so passionately about this that they wanted to ensure that some of their words were in the House. The Shipyard General Workers Federation represents approximately 2,000 skilled members who work in the shipyards, marine manufacturing and supply industries, and in the metal fabrication shops in British Columbia coastal communities. They're requesting in their letter that at the very least that the industry should be exempted from EFTA. We urge the government to recognize and act in the interest of this vital and strategic sector and develop a comprehensive industrial strategy that has as its objective the long-term stability and viability of a shipbuilding and marine fabrication industry on both the east and the west coast. Now, Madam Speaker, what we know is that in the Pacific Northwest, where I'm from, which includes Victoria and Nanaimo, we know that between the major retrofits that used to be available through Point Hope and through some of the other shipyards there, we also have a significant number of small pleasure craft. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's been rumored that in that whole basin, including Washington and Oregon, there's up to 1 million small pleasure craft. So when we're talking about a shipbuilding industry, we're not only talking about the large vessel building, but we're also talking about the smaller pleasure craft. And there's a whole range of abilities there. And I would argue that a national shipbuilding strategy needs to look at that range of abilities. The fact that we have a coastline, the longest coastline in the entire world, we literally do go from coast to coast to coast, it could be a significant economic driver in many of our communities. And it used to be. So I would argue that what we need to do is in the words of the member from Sackville Eastern Shore, is remember shipbuilding. It was one of the founding industries in our country. And when I talk about coast to coast to coast, I'm not ignoring the inland waterways, which of course the member from Welland rightly brought up. but I want to focus on the West Coast for now. We have the ability to rebuild that industry. We still have infrastructure in place. So I would urge the members in this House to not support this bill, carve out shipbuilding, and develop that national shipbuilding strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments?
From Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member from Nanaimo Cowichan, because I know she believes very passionately about this issue. And she is from a shipbuilding community. And as she was speaking, I was thinking of those ferries going back and forth between Horseshoe Bay, Nanaimo, and from Tawasin to Schwartz Bay. And she's right on when she talks about the travesty of BC ferries being built in Germany, and the celebration that was had over there, but there was no celebration in BC because it was BC workers, very skilled, experienced workers, who were basically done out of their jobs. And I think this is one of the most important elements that we're debating here today, is the need for a shipbuilding strategy right across the country that incorporates the elements of training a younger generation. And so just in terms of our context on the West Coast and BC Ferries, which is so much a critical part of our transportation system. Without it, we wouldn't exist in our coastal communities. And I wonder if she could talk about what that means in terms of her community and how it would generate economic activity if we did have a national shipbuilding program, if it were carved out and we had a strategy to actually train a new generation in this time-honored skill of shipbuilding in the Nanaimo area.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for that very good question. Of course, in my riding, we are heavily dependent on ferries. We have ferries that go from Nanaimo over to Vancouver, but we also have ferries that go to the smaller islands, Thetis, Cooper, Gabriola. And it's the heart of our community, and I'm very proud of the fact that Nanaimo Shipyards still continues to exist right in downtown Nanaimo. And what we need is to make sure that Nanaimo Shipyards continues to exist in downtown Nanaimo. We need to ensure that, first of all, that they do have access, that there is a procurement strategy, a Buy Canada strategy, that it would ensure shipyards like Nanaimo Shipyards actually has access. What's happening, of course, is we're watching these smaller shipyards being squeezed out of the bidding game because of the way that some of these procurement contracts are bundled. That's one aspect of it. But the second aspect of it is heartbreaking to watch ferries being built overseas. We have a highly trained, highly skilled workforce in British Columbia. The other day I was referring to Jim Sinclair from the BC Federation of Labour talking about the deindustrialization of the province of BC. I was talking about it in the forestry context, but we can see this in the context of shipbuilding as well. And I would argue that shipbuilding, there needs to be an investment in shipbuilding. There needs to be an investment in maintaining that infrastructure. There needs to be an investment in the skills and the training to make sure that our workers, that we can attract new workers into the industry. And we need to set some goals and targets to say that we will take our place in the world as a very proud shipbuilding nation. And we have the capabilities of doing that. And so I would argue that we need to exclude this from shipbuilding from this particular bill.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, a very quick question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I listened, as I always do, with lots of interest to the honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan. She brings good sense and practicalities to this House, and it's important, her voice. I thought particularly interesting when she talked about the BC Marine Workers. So the BC Marine Workers are saying carve shipbuilding out of this agreement. They see this as a shipbuilding sellout. Now, we also had a softwood lumber sellout that cost thousands of jobs in British Columbia. Now, the BC Conservatives voted for the softwood sellout. Now they're trying to push through the shipbuilding sellout. And I guess my question to the member from Nanaimo Cowichan would be, with these BC Conservatives simply wanting to sell out British Columbia every chance they get, what are they really good for?
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
I think there was a song that said absolutely nothing. I appreciate the member raising the issue of the softwood sellout because, of course, not only is my riding a forestry riding, it's a shipbuilding. It used to be a strong shipbuilding riding, and of course we've seen that industry eroded. But I spoke earlier about the deindustrialization of British Columbia. And this is just another example of it. What we've got is a failed forestry policy as one sawmill and one pulp and paper mill after another closes or goes into curtailment. And we're seeing, that, particularly in coastal British Columbia, we're seeing that deindustrialization around forestry, and now we're going to watch the same thing happen with shipbuilding. So if we care about our industrial base in this country, we need to invest in it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to join in this debate on Bill C2. And first of all, let me pay tribute to the member for Burnaby New Westminster for carrying this debate on behalf of our party. I come from a shipbuilding province, but I don't want to be parochial about this, Madam Speaker. We are a shipbuilding nation. In my part of the country, we've been building ships for hundreds and hundreds of years for the fishing industry, going back 400 and 500 years. We're building ships now. We have a modern shipyard in Marystown that's capable of terrific work. Was one of the bidders selected, in fact, for the joint supply ships for the Canadian Navy, one of the two final bidders that were ready to roll and ready to go to build these ships. And what happened? At the last minute, several hours before, maybe 72 hours before the election was called, they canceled the contract. The Canadian Navy was about to issue a contract that was worth some $2.5 billion that would have provided work if Marystown was a successful bidder, and a lot of people in my neck of the woods have every reason to believe that it would have been. There would have been work to build those ships for 6, 8, 10 years, work building them in another 15 or 20 years, in fact, providing the maintenance contract. And while Newfoundland and Labrador is part of a historic fishing, maritime, shipbuilding, boat-building nation, we can't forget that this industry is, in fact, a modern 21st century industry today. It's not part of the Rust Belt. Yes, ships are built of iron and steel, but they are also built with the most modern telecommunications facilities, with the most modern navigation facilities. We're built to rigorous standards. This is a 21st century industry. It's an industry of the future requiring the highest degree of skill and technology and knowledge. It is, in fact, a knowledge-based industry as well as part of the industrial base of our country. And it's something that requires the support of government to keep us in the game. And what's happened is that other countries, such as Norway, have done that for their industry, for their people, for their prosperity, for their participation in the future of industry in the world, and we aren't doing it for ours. And that's the reason why we're saying right now that this should be out of this deal. Now, there's other problems with this deal, too, and the Premier of my province had mentioned some of them. We're not using this opportunity to negotiate a free trade agreement to ensure that we remove the tariff, for example, from shrimp, which has been crippling the shrimp industry in the East Coast for many, many years. We have this non-tariff barrier being promoted now in the European Union by an attempt to ban seal products from a humane and controlled industry in the East Coast. We see that happening. We see no effort by the Government of Canada to use these negotiations as an opportunity to extend our fishing jurisdiction outside the nose and tail of the Grand Banks. We still have to deal with an ineffective regime there. So there are disappointments. There are other disappointments. But the big one that we're looking for support from this House, from both sides of this House, we're trying to get some sense into the government, but we're also hoping that the others on this side of the House will support our efforts. And we're looking to the Bloc Québécois, who I think may be supportive, but we're also looking to the Liberals. And so far, I haven't heard the Liberals participate in this debate and say how they feel about this. That wasn't always the case, Mr. Speaker. I've got in my hand a report that was produced with the support of Brian Tobin, a former Premier of Newfoundland and former Industry Minister. This is called Breaking Through the Canadian Shipbuilding Industry, and this came up with a whole series of recommendations produced by a consultation process led by led by a number of individuals called the National Partnership Project Committee, which was part of that was the President of the Shipbuilding Association of Canada, Peter Cairns, Les Holloway, the Executive Director of the Marine Workers Federation, Philippe Tremblay from the Fédération de Métallurgie, from the CSN unions, and Peter Woodward from the Woodward group of companies. And they made a very good presentation with lots of recommendations for the shipbuilding industry that would have assisted this industry, but we haven't seen those recommendations implemented, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Liberals, both nationally and from my own province, to support the amendment that we're seeking to have put through here, because it would be important not only to our own province in Newfoundland and Labrador, but to the whole country. And we have heard of the importance of shipbuilding on the West Coast. We know it's important in the Thunder Bay area. It's important in the province of Quebec, and we see shipyards struggling to maintain their place in the modern world. One of the recommendations, I think this is an important one of this shipbuilding project, was to ask the Government of Canada to eliminate the peaks and valleys of procurement for the Navy and the Coast Guard through more effective forward planning, and thereby keeping order books and employment levels more consistent over the long term. Now, that's extremely important, extremely important, Madam Speaker, because we do have to maintain a significant plant, a significant capital investment, and we do have, and according to an article in the Ottawa Citizen a couple of weeks ago, the estimated demands and needs for the Navy, and I'll just quote here, one area that could provide significant employment for domestic firms in the coming decades is federal shipbuilding. With the Navy's warships and Coast Guard vessels rusting out and in need of replacement, there is an estimated $40 billion to $60 billion of work over the next 20 years. Where is this work going to take place? That's the question that marine workers across this country are asking, Madam Speaker. We saw with the cancellation of the Joint Supply Ships project back in August, concerns being raised that the government had plans to go overseas, to go offshore. They went through a tendering process, and then they gave up on it. And now we see the government buying, supplying our Canadian forces without contracts. Without contracts. They're buying helicopters from the United States. No contracts. No contracts at all. Not even an opportunity for a competitive bidding process, Madam Speaker. That's shocking. We've seen them acquire C-17s and C-130J transport planes from the U.S. No contracts. No competitive bidding. There's a concern that the new search and rescue aircraft will go to a non-competitive bid. No opportunity for Canadian companies to participate because the Canadian forces apparently have their eye on a particular Italian plane manufactured in the U.S., and there doesn't seem to be any plans to even have a competitive bid for that. So what's going on here, Madam Speaker? Have we lost our way? Have we lost our way? Every country in the world looks at procurement for their armies and their navies and their air force. They look to their domestic industry to do that. Right. Except for Canada. What's wrong with us? Is there something that I don't know about? Maybe the members from the opposite can tell us what's wrong with us. What is it about us that we can't build our own industry and make sure that we can build our own ships to ply the seas and look after our air forces, transport them, bring them around? What is wrong with that? Is there something wrong with us? Maybe they have the answer. Maybe there's something going on that I don't know about. But we seem to have lost our way, and for some reason there's a bunch of Liberals here who seem to be going along with it. And I don't understand that. I don't understand it. The shipbuilding industry is a modern 21st century industry that we should be participating in. And why we aren't doing it is absolutely beyond me, Mr. Speaker. So I would like, and I know I see from the Madam Speaker that I have about a minute left, but I'm going to use that minute to ask members opposite if they can get up on their feet during the questions and comments and explain to this House and to Canadians why it is They're not protecting the ship industry and supporting and expanding the ship industry in Canada. And perhaps some of the Liberals can tell us why they don't care either. What is the plan for this $40 to $60 billion going to be spent by the government alone in the shipbuilding industry over the next coming decades? That's something that could make a big difference to the economy of parts of this country, mostly coastal areas, that have been struggling over the past many years for all sorts of reasons, some having to do with the decline of the fishery. But why is it that we can't ensure that this kind of work is being done in this country? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments?
Member from Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just... No, actually, I want to support the point the member made about giving Canada the right, Canadian companies the right to bid on the search and rescue planes. And I just want to make another point in that respect, that we definitely need those. We definitely need those planes. As members here know, I've been pushing for years. The contract is finally going out, which is good. I applaud the government for that. But there's still no commitment to put any north of 60. And just a few minutes ago, I just came from committee where they said, once again, it's based on there's not as many incidents. While they're basing it on risk management. While there's more risk in the north, you're more likely to freeze to death. You need the high-tech equipment quicker. There's no reason those planes should be down near our southern border. Down south, there's a lot of other types of people and planes and more chance of rescue. So I can't agree with the government on that point, and I will continue to make that point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from St. John's East may wish to comment on the comment.
I'd certainly like to thank the member for his comments on the shipbuilding industry and how the Liberal Party is working hard to help that happen. Although I do happen to agree with him on the air sea rescue that there needs to be a level of competency and a quick response. But the same kind of commitment to building that he's talking about in the aerospace industry needs to be applied to the shipbuilding industry, and that's something that we're looking for their support on, and we hope we're going to get it.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we've heard a number of comments over the last little while, and I thank my colleagues for that. And we've now heard from our colleague from the East Coast, our colleague from the West Coast, and I myself earlier, who live in the central part of this country, about shipbuilding. And all of us engage with our communities and our residences around shipbuilding. And my question for my honourable colleague from St. John's East is what sort of impact do we see happening, especially in a place like Marystown? You know, the yard in Marystown, which I've had the good pleasure to visit the last time I was in Newfoundland, and I congratulate my colleague for his representation there, but for the beauty of Newfoundland itself, what does it mean to Marystown and those workers in that community if indeed this shipbuilding industry is carved out from EFTA, and what will it mean for them, for those workers, for the community, and for Newfoundland in general?
Well, member from St. John's East.
That's a very good question. It applies to other shipyards as well, of course, but in particular in the Burin Peninsula, the shipyard in Marystown has been there, and as most people who know about that industry know, often shipyards lurch from contract to contract with gaps in between. And so we saw, for example, a fully occupied workforce in Marystown. Once a contract is gone, they all disappear. They go work somewhere else. They go off to Alberta. They go to New Brunswick if there's a project there. And then getting the workforce back together for a contract is sometimes difficult to do. A long-term contract such as the joint supply ships would have given a steady workforce for a long period of time, meaning a world of difference, not only to those individual workers, but to the whole Burin Peninsula, that whole community. And I think that's the importance of having these kind of ongoing, planned procurement approach that we're calling for here today.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre has about a minute and a half for both question and answer from
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member.
I just wanted to take a moment to thank my colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador for a very instructive speech. I learned a great deal, but I'd like his views. Perhaps he can help us to answer one question. At what point does he think in Canadian history that we made this conscious choice to abandon the shipbuilding industry, as some smokestack industry that we no longer wanted any part of. Given the fact that in my own union alone, the United Brotherhood of Carpenters, we used to have 35,000 members that worked in the Burrard dry docks of Vancouver alone and produced one ship a week in support of the convoy to keep Great Britain alive during the Second World War. We were building a ship a week with 35,000 members of my union. At what point and by what pretzel reasoning did they abandon that kind of domination of the industry and forego it to other countries?
The honourable member from St. John's East has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, maybe it has something to do with this synchronized problem that we have in the world, you know, that all of a sudden the ideology overtook the government, and where you say free enterprise, no controls, no support of your own industry, just let it go loose and see what happens. Laissez-faire descended in a synchronized way upon...
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
And, particularly my colleague from Burnaby, New Westminster, for the work that he has done on this trade deal, the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement, and indeed the many free trade agreements that this government and the previous Liberal government have inflicted on the people and communities of Canada. I say inflicted, Madam Speaker, because I and members of my caucus have profound concerns about the CEFTA, as we did with the first Canada-US Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, the Colombian Free Trade Agreement, the Multilateral Agreement on Investment, the Korean Free Trade Agreement, and the Security Prosperity Partnership, which is not secure, will not create prosperity, and is far, far from being a partnership. It is indeed a one-sided proposal that will compromise Canada's sovereignty in regard to our water, airline safety, our independence in terms of foreign policy, culture, and technological products. The Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement, conceived by Jean Chrétien more than 9 years ago, advanced by Liberal Conservative Trade Minister David Emerson, and now reintroduced by our current Trade Minister, presents a profound concern for Canada's agriculture and shipbuilding industries. Evidence provided during industry committee hearings clearly demonstrated a key concern with the CFTA related to treatment of Canada's shipbuilding industry, which was abandoned by successive Liberal and Conservative governments. Canada has the longest coastline in the world, yet it has no strategy for our shipbuilding industry. When the tariffs in the CFTA come down in 15 years, Canada's industry will be unable to cope with Norwegian competition. The Canada-Europe Free Trade Agreement is yet another of this Conservative government's hastily concluded bilateral trade agreements and highlights their piecemeal approach to trade that lacks a coherent, fair trade vision and policy. Canadians are entitled to expect their government to support Canadian jobs. That point was made by Andrew MacArthur, member of the Board of Directors of the Shipbuilding Association of Canada, and the CAW, who made their case before the committee. They said the shipbuilding sector must be excluded from this agreement, and the federal government should immediately help put together a structured financing facility and an accelerated capital cost allowance for the industry. In addition to this testimony, Madam Speaker, was the concern expressed by Mary Keith, spokeswoman for the Irving Shipbuilding conglomerate, who said, "The Canada-European Free Trade Agreement is a devastating blow for Canadian shipbuilders and marine service sectors." The Government of Canada is continuing its 12-year history of sacrificing Canadian shipbuilding and ship operators in the establishment of free trade agreements with other nations. That, Madam Speaker, is at the heart of the efforts made by the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, to amend Bill C2 at the report stage. The shipbuilding industry is at a critical point. Again, as pointed out by Mr. Andrew MacArthur and Mr. George McPherson at the International Trade Committee on March 3rd, and I'd like to quote from their testimony, Madam Speaker.
Good idea.
The Canadian shipbuilding industry is already opening at about a third of its capacity, operating. Canadian demand for ships over the next 25 years is estimated to be worth $40 billion. $40 billion, Madam Speaker. Under the proposed FTAs with Norway, Iceland, and the planned FTA with Korea and then Japan, these Canadian shipbuilding jobs are in serious jeopardy. In these terms, this government plan is an absolute outrage. Imagine that, $40 billion, and it's not going to benefit Canadian workers.
Shame.
And the position of the association from day one is that shipbuilding should be carved out from the EFTA. They have been told categorically, time and again, by the government that the government does not carve industries out. We raised the question, the Jones Act in the U.S. was carved out from NAFTA, but we're not allowed to build or repair for the Americans. The Americans have free access to our market, so industries do not get carved out. But, Madam Speaker, unfortunately and apparently, that only happens in the United States. So New Democrats have proposed that Bill C-2 be redrafted by the government and exclude shipbuilding. We hope that the Liberals from Atlantic Canada will see the wisdom of this amendment and support the hard-working men and women across the country who build the ships. C-2, Madam Speaker, simply must change. This, of course, is not, and I've already indicated it, the first time that a Liberal-Conservative trade deal has left Canadian workers and industries in ashes. And we've seen it over and over again in communities like mine in London, Ontario, and the smaller centres of southwestern Ontario. Free trade agreements, be they the FTA, NAFTA, or the Korean Free Trade Agreement, have robbed families of their livelihoods and taken away their futures. NAFTA was supposed to bring prosperity to Canada. Instead, we've seen industry after industry abandon the workers who made them successful and the communities that paid for the infrastructure that allowed them to prosper, and done so in favor of jurisdictions that sacrificed environmental and safety standards and permitted their employees to earn only substandard wages. That despite the fact that Canadian workers are the best and most skilled in the world. Detailed study of productivity levels in North American auto assembly, for example, confirms that Canadian auto factories are the most efficient on the continent. The Harbour Report, the leading survey of auto productivity, indicates that average labor productivity is more than 11% higher in Canadian auto assembly plants than in U.S. plants, and about 35% better than in Mexican plants. And I dare say that is true of shipbuilders, too. Madam Speaker, the Navistar truck plant in Chatham and the Sterling truck plant in St. Thomas are two tragic examples of the exodus of profitable and efficient plants that have completely closed down. Closed at a tremendous cost to families and communities. I've met with the workers from those plants, Madam Speaker, and their families. The consequences of these job losses are devastating because hopes, opportunities, dreams, and futures are destroyed. And NAFTA isn't the only trade deal that threatens our communities. This government is still in negotiations with South Korea to put in place a free trade deal that is profoundly unbalanced. It tolerates a trade deficit of over $3 billion at a cost of thousands of jobs. Korea has been allowed to keep its domestic markets closed to Canadian vehicles, and the promises by Koreans to remove non-tariff barriers are unenforceable. Madam Speaker, in 2005, Canada imported $5.4 billion in goods from Korea, while exporting only $2.8 billion. 67% of that trade deficit was automotive. Canada imported 129,376 light-duty vehicles, with virtually no reciprocal sales of vehicles from Canada. This is not free trade, nor fair trade. It's a kind of trade deal like the FTA, NAFTA, Colombia, the MAI, and the SPP that robs our families and communities of jobs. Now, I've got a couple of letters here, and I want to quote briefly from them, Madam Speaker, from people who are very concerned about this trade deal. The first from Robert Vance, who says he's very concerned and disheartened. He's a shipyard worker. It's shameful to think that although other countries, including those involved in the European Free Trade Agreement, strongly support their ship trading industry, we as Canadians do not. One of the most surprising things to Mr. Vance as a shipyard worker is that the stakeholders in the industry, including owners, operators, and unions from coast to coast, have emphasized the need for this support during the many committee meetings that were held on the use of free trade talks. Unfortunately, the Liberal Party of Canada didn't feel it necessary to support these workers and backed up the Conservatives instead. Madam Speaker, it's up to this government and all parliamentarians to protect Canadian jobs and industries. That includes agriculture and it includes shipbuilding, as well as those in manufacturing and the auto sector. For the sake, Madam Speaker, of our communities, for the sake of our workers, for the sake of this country.
Questions et commentaires. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her brilliant speech. I mean, you know, she really pushed the fact that we really need to carve out the shipbuilding industry out of the trade agreement. We know what it means to rush into a trade agreement. We just have to look at what happened to the softwood lumber agreement. I can tell you that in my riding of Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, they're in the process of retrofitting a ship, so I know what it takes. I can tell you, I would like to ask the member, because we're talking about skilled labor, and I can tell you in that boat, what they're going to need to retrofit it is going to be electricians, it's going to be plumbers, it's going to be technologists. It's not just people who actually build boats. We have a shortage right now of skills training and skilled labor. So I'm just wondering if the member can kind of elaborate on that, on the fact that how Canada could actually lose a lot of opportunities to get new skilled labor online.
The honourable member from London, Fanshawe.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. And she's absolutely right. These new industries require all kinds of talented tradespeople. And unfortunately, we are falling behind in terms of trained and skilled tradespeople. The current crisis with the employment insurance industry, or the unemployment insurance in this country, underscores that, inasmuch as in order to qualify for employment insurance, you have to have a number of hours, and many people can't possibly manage those number of hours. And at the same time, they're being shut out of the skills training that is associated with employment insurance. So it's a double whammy, Madam Speaker. You don't qualify for EI and you can't support your family. You need to find the skills training to get that job that will allow you to support your family, but you can't get that either because you can't access the employment insurance that should be available. 40% of the people who contribute to employment insurance in this country are able to enjoy the benefits. Only 40%, Madam Speaker. What about the other 60%? That's 60% of Canadians who are hardworking, who simply need a government that understands that some training would help them to find those all-important jobs. And if, Madam Speaker, we supported our industries, manufacturing and shipbuilding, we could put those young, skilled tradespeople to work.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her comments. And although she doesn't necessarily live on a lake in London or live on a river or have a shipyard, shipyards and shipbuilding, as was mentioned by my colleague from, and I can't say the whole riding because there's too many names, are really high-tech. In fact, if you were to look in the bridge of a new ship today, you would think you were inside an Apollo spacecraft that went to the moon. That's how advanced they've become. It isn't an old wheelhouse with a big wheel that somebody's turning around 4 times to make the ship move. It's so advanced and so high-tech, Madam Speaker. I asked my colleague from London, does she see opportunities for other businesses and industries in her riding of London to be able to outfit those ships? Because it's just like auto. You have an assembly plant, and then you need feeder plants to feed the materials and those systems into that place that becomes a ship, which is a shipyard, which is really an assembly place, and all the other things have to come in. Does she see opportunities in a place like London to help build that ship?
The honourable member from London Fanshawe has 1 minute to respond.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. We do indeed live on the Thames River in London, and we're very proud. We have Prevost in London, which is a naval institution, and we are very, very happy about that connection, be it long distant to the sea. As I indicated in my speech, my remarks, Madam Speaker, we have very productive workers. And in addition to that, we have the University of Western Ontario, and we have Fanshawe College, innovative, able to help us with the research and development and those workers of the future.
Comme il est maintenant...
It being now 5:36, we will now move to private members' business in accordance with the order paper. Private members' business, consideration of motion M294 on replacement workers in the name of Ms. Fay. Ms. Fay, seconded by Mr. Desnoyers, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should introduce in the House no later than October 15, 2009, a bill to amend the Canadian Labour Code to prohibit the use of replacement workers in labour disputes falling under the jurisdiction of the federal government, while at the same time ensuring that essential services are maintained. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce the block motion 294, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, calling on the government to introduce in the House no later than October 15, 2009, a bill to amend the Canada Labour Code to prohibit the use of replacement workers in labour disputes falling under the jurisdiction of the federal government, while at the same time ensuring that essential services are maintained. The code governs labor disputes and labor situations under federal jurisdiction, and that means interprovincial transportation, communications, radio and broadcasting, banking, grain handling, and other sectors that are under federal jurisdiction. Before dealing with the substance of the motion, I would like to mention the tremendous work done by my colleagues, the member for Saint-Bruno, Saint-Hubert, and the member for Gatineau, who, since they have been here in the House, have worked extremely hard to defend workers in Quebec and Canada. Along with the member for Rivière-Mille-Îles, I have agreed to take up this challenge, that is to convince a larger number of Liberal and Conservative MPs to support this idea. I would like to also recognize the work of a number of other Bloc members who work hard to defend the workers of Quebec and Canada. At the present time, Quebec and British Columbia have provisions that prohibit replacement workers. And this provision prevents employers prevents them from allowing workers to cross the picket line. In Quebec, some 7% of workers come under the Canada Labour Code. There has been a major decrease in labour conflicts since the 1977 adoption of the Labour Code in our province. And there has been a decrease again from 1996 to 15 in 2003. The results are even more persuasive when we look at the number of days lost under the Quebec Labour Code, which are much fewer than for workers under the Canada Labour Code.
The practice in Quebec over the past 30 years shows to what extent it is necessary to introduce legislation like this. There are advantages and strike breaker legislation. There is a provision put in place to prevent confrontation. This also makes employers aware of the importance of resolving issues through negotiation instead of lockouts. In 2005-2006, 97% of collective agreements under the federal government were signed without a work stoppage. So we need to look at the changes in 1999 that were served to discourage the use of strikebreakers. Until this is banned through legislation, with the exception of essential services, we will, however, see an increasingly large number of days of work lost. And we'll have two categories of workers in Quebec. The ones who benefit from the right under the Quebec Labour Code and the ones who are working in companies covered by the Canada Labour Code, where they face a threat of replacement workers. Anti-strikebreaker legislation is a cornerstone. It will help restore a balance of power between the employer and the employees. This kind of measure would be good for all workers in Quebec, as well as in the other provinces and territories. A vote in favor of this bill by the House will enable witnesses from all walks of life to be heard on this issue here, and each of them will add to the debate, and this will enhance our reflection of the issue. The issue of replacement workers and the hiring of them is during a conflict is very important. Why? Because we need to reduce any possibilities of violence, to decrease the number of legal challenges or court cases during a lockout. There's also a very broad consensus among the various unions with respect to the importance of adopting anti-replacement worker legislation. It's necessary because this will enhance transparency in the event of a conflict. This measure won't cause additional spending for the government, and it will have an important impact on the devastating impact of a conflict. We talk about indebtedness level of debt for households that's due to a conflict, a labour conflict. And in some cases, Madam Speaker, the labour conflict, it can cause psychological problems due to stress. It can cause other social problems. Now, in the context of a minority government, all votes count. So I would urge my colleagues to support this motion. In the last session, the Conservative government hid behind exaggerated scenarios without good reason. Quebec has legislation and has had legislation in this area for 30 years, and there have never been any serious problems. Workers fully understand the impact of this, Madam Speaker. And with respect to essential services, the Canadian Labour Code already contains provisions requiring the employer and the unions to maintain certain activities. The operations, productions of production, etc., inasmuch as required to guarantee public safety and security. The provisions that the federal government is ignoring by talking instead about consequences are many. It's important to point out that the member for Jonquière Alma, who denounced the Bloc's bill by alleging all kinds of irrational things, did support a bill in 1990 to support the use of replacement workers on November 5th, 1990. And at the time, it was C-201, tabled by the member for Bar-Richelieu-Bécancour, and he agreed with this kind of measure. In 2007, the Liberals, who had supported the bill in principle at second reading, did an about-face, stating that the bill did not do enough to address the issue of essential services. However, the Canada Labour Code does include provisions requiring both union and management to maintain these services. In the last parliamentary session, the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore and the leader sat on the fence first of all, voted in favor at first reading and then against Bill C-250 at report stage, which was designed, as I said earlier, to prevent the use of replacement workers in areas where workers are covered by the Canada Labour Code. Now, what's new is that during press conferences with a conference in January 9th with Mr. Arsenault, a statement was made against replacement workers. And in the statement, I'm against scabs, and I talked about a situation when I was young with Mr. Arsenault where I saw scabs cross a picket line, and I understand the problem. But we need to protect essential services. We need to protect public transit, for example. I don't disagree with anti-replacement worker legislation, but we don't find the block legislation or block proposal to be adequate. Now, I'd like to go back to this issue of essential services in the legislation. We will have to see whether the new intentions of the new Liberal leader are sincere. And this time, we'll see if he will be able to resist the pressure from Bay Street. And allow me to express my doubt in that regard until I'm proved wrong. Madam Speaker, I'm very much aware that progress with respect to labour legislation will require some change and adaptation. Bear in mind that in Quebec, it didn't take long for all parties to be satisfied with the situation. We have a consensus that is so strong, no one wants to go back in time when the rules of the game are clearly outlined, where the rights and duties of each is clearly identified, negotiations work. And this is in the best interest of employers and workers who we're discussing here today. It's also in the interest of the workers who are called upon to enhance prosperity. I'd like to thank members in this House, and I remain firmly convinced that we will show the necessary maturity, and we will be in a position to put forth these innovative and respectful measures that are good for the workers and companies of Quebec and Canada. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The honourable member from Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question and a comment to the honourable member. First of all, I would ask how she might describe an essential service, and if she's aware that in Quebec presently there is a Quebec Labour Code that sets out what might be a public service that is essential, and it has a board that Essential Services Council that tries to deal with it. And of course, there are numerous applications that are made to this to make that decision. So, first of all, there are differences between provincial essential services and federal essential services by nature of it being in the federal realm. So, what does she see those differences to be? And secondly, how would she define essential services? And thirdly, how would she expect that to resolve? And would she expect that the number of applications that are now made under Section 87.4, which is very narrow to prevent an immediate and serious danger to the safety and health of the public, and it engenders a number of applications. Would those numbers of applications go up, and would it take a considerable period of time to resolve? If she could answer those questions, I'd appreciate it.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague with whom I sat on the Immigration Committee in the past for his question. His question with respect to essential services can be partially answered by referring to the Canada Labour Code. However, in Quebec, there is a different legislation. There is a mechanism that's put in place for making decisions that needs to be taken into account. At present, with respect to the motion that's being tabled, what we state is that essential services are to be maintained. And earlier, I listed a number of services that we would like it to be covered by this legislation. And I think the third question, well, in fact, I didn't understand the third question At any rate, what we want to see, or what we want to do, is ensure that essential services will be maintained. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In Quebec in 1977, when the strikebreaker legislation was implemented, and I was there, I was involved, and I have seen the evolution and the change in labor relations and negotiations. I've seen changes as well in situations of strike and lockout. And as my colleague has pointed out very clearly, there are fewer problems with respect to labor issues in Quebec. My question for my colleague is this. The business sector in Quebec, or how does the business sector react to this issue? Well, Madam Speaker, to date, when we look at the situation over the past 30 years, how it's unfolded, as I mentioned at the end of my speech, the union and management sides both agree with the legislation. They're satisfied with it. They haven't objected to it. So I think that at this point in time, we need to, like Quebec, display the same level of maturity in our labor negotiations, and that can be achieved by being innovative in this area. So we have currently an opportunity in front of us as parliamentarians. We can hear from all sides and also realize that when negotiations take place on an equal footing, then the outcome is beneficial for both parties. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources, Skills Development and the Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly, I would like to address this particular motion. Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code contains the fundamental principles in which labour relations in Canada are governed. It is a very important piece of legislation designed to provide stability to Canada's industrial relations. Motion M294 calls for amendments to specific parts of Part 1 in isolation from the other parts of the Canada Labour Code. Given the importance and the careful balance of the code and how that balance was arrived at, to take one portion in isolation of the other and try to amend it would upset the balance. I'm asking honourable members of this House not to support this motion. I believe that the changes made to the code in this manner would disrupt the generally positive labour relations environment in the federal jurisdiction that we have today. At this time of Canadian and global economic instability, one has to question the appropriateness of making changes to the code that would favour one party over another. In addition, a ban on replacement workers could be negatively perceived by potential investors to Canada and disrupt the delicate balance of bargaining power currently that parties in the federal jurisdiction have. This could also lead to a more adversarial labour relations engagement and on the basis of that I discussed just a little earlier with the member. Canadians want their government to act responsibly and help protect the economy. We are helping to ensure that Canadian businesses and families have the security they need to weather the economic storm and come out of it stronger than ever. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, there is an important point at stake here that we must consider. I believe that proposals contained in the motion before us today would weaken the foundations for a positive labour relations in Canada. Industrial relations legislation seeks to balance the competing interests of employers and employees as represented by their trade unions. The issue of replacement workers remains a contentious one. It is commonly accepted by labour relations experts that the employers, and I would say particularly in the federal context, countervailing power to the union's right to strike is not so much the right to lockout as the right to try to continue to operate during a work stoppage. And of course we have a third party involved, and that's the members of the public, whose interests need to be looked at as well. It should be noted that in the majority of cases, federal jurisdiction employers do not keep their operations functioning by employing external replacement workers. More often, management, supervisory personnel, and other non-unionized personnel are assigned to take the place of striking workers.
The current provisions in the Canada Labour Code were introduced in 1999 after a valuable period of stakeholder consultation and a very extensive consultation of all the players. The question of banning replacement workers was a central issue at that time as well, and it was thoroughly examined. What the stakeholder consultations determined was that there was simply no consensus on this issue. The decision at that time was to enact a provision that allowed for the hiring of replacement workers but banned their use for the purposes of breaking a union. More consultations were also conducted recently with labour and business stakeholders on this very same issue. Just a few weeks ago, a study on the impact of work stoppage in federally regulated private sector was made public, and again, stakeholders did not reach consensus on the issue of replacement workers. The current provision with respect to replacement workers puts clear limits on the use of replacement workers during legal strikes or lockouts. It represents a practical compromise and a middle ground between unions who seek a complete ban on the use of replacement workers and employers who want personnel so they can continue operating. In speaking to some of the stakeholders, it was obvious that there was a give and take in not only arriving at a decision on this issue, but on other issues as well that resulted in what we see as part one. To take out only one or two portions and dealing with them in isolation to the whole picture will certainly upset the balance that the parties strive so hard to achieve. It is our role to provide employers and employees with a labour relations environment in which they can manage their own relationships within the framework of the law. That is what the government is doing. It is assisting labour and management in the constructive settlement of disputes, and the evidence is convincing. Year after year, over 90% of the disputes in the federal jurisdiction are settled without a work stoppage, often without the assistance of federal government mediators. It is also important to remember that it's not just the federal jurisdiction that has decided not to impose a complete ban on replacement workers. There is considerable variability among provincial jurisdictions. Again, this is a reflection that the proposed approach that is contained in this motion is not as straightforward as the honourable member may suggest. Only 2 of the provinces and territories in Canada have labour legislation that restricts the rights of employers to use replacement workers during a work stoppage, Quebec and British Columbia. Obviously, the other provinces have determined that this part of the legislation is not in the best interests of the collective bargaining process, or else they would have already implemented such provisions. Many of them have already considered this issue and have decided not to legislate a ban. Labour program data further indicates that both Quebec and British Columbia continue to experience long work stoppages, notwithstanding any anti-replacement worker legislation. For the period 2006-2008, the average duration of a work stoppage in Quebec was 52 days, in British Columbia 55.4 days, while in the federal jurisdiction the average duration of a work stoppage was 49.2 days. Also, a number of complaints concerning the use of replacement workers during work stoppages are filed each year in both Quebec and British Columbia. In 2007-2008, 25 complaints were filed in each province respectively. Of the 25 complaints filed in Quebec, 10 were upheld by the Provincial Labour Board. In British Columbia, 5 of the 25 complaints were upheld. This suggests that even if there was a legislative ban on replacement workers under the federal code, it would not resolve these controversial issues. In addition, a number of independent university studies have concluded that prohibiting the use of replacement workers during work stoppages may be associated with more frequent and longer strikes. Other studies concluded that there is no evidence that a legislative ban had an impact either way on strike activity. Furthermore, a comparison of wage settlements in all jurisdictions, including those that do not have replacement worker legislation, indicates that there does not appear to be any link between the type of replacement worker provisions and the wage settlement for workers. The issues are far deeper, far greater than just the 2 that the member raises. In order to resolve work stoppages, a different point of view must be taken. There must be new ways taken, but it's not the way that this motion would suggest. When all of this information is taken into account, in the end, there is no evidence to support that the position of prohibiting the use of replacement workers will lead to better labour relations or better economic conditions. That's just not so. In conclusion, I believe the best approach to this issue is one that preserves a delicate balance which currently exists in Part 1 of the Canada Labour Code. We cannot expect any benefit from this amendment. On the contrary, this motion risks creating instability in the labour relations climate at a time that the economy can least afford it and least need it. As legislators, we have a responsibility to consider the entire legislative spectrum and the broad interests of all Canadians. This motion does not address those responsibilities, and I'm asking members of this House not to support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well said.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Beaches East York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to speak on this motion tonight. The replacement worker is a contentious issue. It's something that's been going around for quite some time. I think I did a bit of checking before tonight, and we've had 12 private members' bills since 2000 on this subject alone. So it's obviously not something that is going to go away very easily, and it's something obviously that we need to take seriously. As we know, and has been mentioned, in 1999, there was a Part 1 of the Labour Code was reviewed under the Sims report was made, and of course there were some negotiations that took place at the time. I took a look at Quebec and BC, which have bans on replacement workers, to take into account some essential and taking into account essential services. I specifically wanted to focus on the Quebec, because this is a motion that's coming from Quebec. I specifically wanted to focus on the Quebec structure. And a look at the legislation, it basically, as is outlined, it prohibits the use of, and I think it's been mentioned here, but it's important to reiterate, outside workers, contractors, other employees, for example, those not on strike, or employees who cross the picket line, managers from another establishment unless employees of that establishment belong to the unit involved in the work stoppage. These are some of the prohibitions. And of course, the other section deals with what we're discussing tonight to some degree, and that is the exceptions to the prohibition, which employees performing designated essential services. And of course, this definition is always very difficult to arrive at. It's critical because depending on how one defines it, it has a different connotations, a different meaning. And of course, striking workers must be reinstated upon end of work, a work stoppage, which I'm not mistaken is part of the current Labour Code as well. So that this is the Quebec, not every aspect of it, but certainly the Quebec major pieces, if we like. Now, the Canada Labour Code, as has been mentioned by others, was revamped as a result of a report commissioned revamped in '99 as a result of a report by Sims, the Sims report as it's called, and this is Part 1 of the Labour Code. At that time, because of most things were agreed, but the replacement worker part was a contentious issue between Labour and management, and there was no agreement reached. And to this day, it continues to be, I think, a contentious issue, and I know that Labour and unions would like to see this changed. Of course, we know that the employer side is of a different opinion. Now, under the current Labour Code, there is no general ban on the use of replacement workers, as I understand it, but it is unfair labor practice for employers to use replacement workers to attempt to undermine the union's representational capacity, for example, to attempt to break the union, so that there is some aspect of protection. Obviously, there's protection of the workers and protecting of the union and not trying to undermine the union. So there's that piece. At the end of a work stoppage, striking employees must be reinstated in preference to any replacement workers. This is, of course, what I mentioned earlier with respect to the Quebec model. Retaliation upon an employee who participates in a legal strike or who refuses to perform the duties of another employee who is on a legal strike is prohibited, again, under the Labour Code. Services essential to protect public health and safety must be maintained. So these are the key parts of the Labour Code. And as I said earlier, there's been absolutely no agreement with respect to the replacement worker side, and this issue continues to be debated, as are doing here tonight yet again. I wanted also to take a bit of a comparative look between Quebec experience and the Canada Labour Code experience in the last little while in terms of how they're working. In Quebec, the average duration, I found it as I looked at some things, of work stoppage from 2005 to 2007 was about 43.8 days. Under the Labour Code, the average duration was 41 days. So you can see that they're not that far apart in terms of stoppage. Again, in Quebec, there was a total of 25 complaints to the Labour Relations Board regarding the unfair use of replacement workers, of which 10 were upheld. Again, it seems that replacement workers are still being used despite the amendments in this, and that I know that is causing some problems at times still. Under the Canada Labour Code, there have been a total of 23 complaints since 1999, and none have been upheld, with one decision pending. So having looked at these two models and having looked at how they're working out, I then started looking at comparing them a bit and listening to what some of the arguments that we've been receiving on both sides. And one of them that I get quite frequently from the business side is that if there were a replacement worker legislation, that there would be more strikes. That is, that the unions would feel more comfortable to have more strikes and would hold more power over their workers and the employer. But this seems not to have happened in Quebec, though, because when I look at the two, and what's happening is that there is no comparable difference in the average duration of work stoppage in both the current Labour Code and then, of course, what's happening at Quebec. And there is no appreciable difference in the wage settlements as well. And replacement workers are still used, notwithstanding the legislative ban, as I mentioned earlier. And it remains a contentious issue between the unions and management. It continues to be a contentious issue. So the issue of strikes being easier or being more readily a way out for unions doesn't seem to be the experience in the Quebec, what's happening in Quebec. So that doesn't seem to be a contentious area for me, or at least a concern. However, I suspect that this issue, Madam Speaker, will never be resolved 100% one way or the other. There will continuously be discussions, but nonetheless, consultation, however, for both sides is very critical and it is very important. It is clear that the union's right to strike versus the employer right to a business is the argument that is going on in the discussion that we continuously have in this House. And the need to clearly define essential services, because if legislation were introduced, we would need to define essential services very clearly. And that's where there's some differences of opinion, there's some discussion that even if we define essential services, it doesn't necessarily resolve the problem. It would still continue to create difficulties in some businesses, depending on which they are. So one example that was given to me recently by an employer who was saying, we need to ensure that essential services doesn't resolve the case, was the issue of CN strike, let's say, where the delivery of grain would be considered an essential service to maintain the grain moving in this country. So we could order the trains to go across the country, but that they wouldn't be able to carry anything but grain, and that would affect business. I'm not sure I buy that, but I just put it down as an argument that's being made sometimes as one of the examples. Others have to do with airports, because we're talking about, Madam Speaker, not government-regulated bodies, so it's a very broad area, ports and airports and transportation and what have you, so it does have a major impact on employees. Now, the union's right to strike towards achieving a fair settlement, and many unions feel that their power to negotiate is undermined by not having the replacement worker legislation in place, and I understand their arguments very well. Of course, as I said, at the same time, employers have had their issues. It is important, however, to keep in mind that the government can always legislate back to work if that replacement legislation is introduced at some point in future. And in my view, the importance is that it is a balance of power, and it is essential to make that balance as fair as possible. That's where the crux of it all is, because we must ensure that whatever happens in the workplace, that there is a balance, but that there's also fair for both sides. And that, Madam Speaker, I see you calling me time. The fairness of the issue and the making sure that we have a fair system in place is really what's important here. And so I'm after having looked at both all of these pieces, I am saying that we need to ensure that the legislation that is brought forward, that any legislation is ever brought forward, Madam Speaker, that we are clear that there's proper consultation. We are careful that we have proper designation of the legislation and the important services, and ultimately, then the rest of it is we have to wind up. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Winding up.
The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to support motion M294, which has been introduced by the honourable member from Vaudreuil-Soulanges. There's absolutely no doubt that Canada's Federal Labour Code needs to be amended to include a ban on replacement workers or scabs during strikes and lockouts. In fact, it's way past due. Let me deal with the substantive part of the motion first. The use of scabs and replacement workers breeds anger on picket lines, and that anger can lead to violence, including damage to property, injury to workers, and even death. Labour disputes are prolonged by the practice with a lingering animosity that can infect a workplace for years. The Canada Labour Code governs important elements of our economy that can ill afford the threat of prolonged labour disputes, vandalism, or violence. Every extra day lost to labour disputes that disrupt or slow the flow of goods across our borders hurts us all. The same is true when important services like passports, employment insurance, or food inspection are interrupted, or when transportation is delayed. Removing the ability to use scabs and replacement workers results in smoother labour relations and shorter labour disputes with less risk to everyone involved. Quebec and British Columbia have anti-scab laws in effect today, and the results are clear. The year after BC changed its labour code, the province realized a 50% drop in the amount of work time lost to strikes. Under the Quebec Labour Code, the average number of workdays lost each year to labour disputes is about 15, compared to an average of 31 days lost each year under the Canada Labour Code. I had the great privilege of working at Queen's Park when Ontario's First Minister for Labour, Bob McKenzie, banned the use of replacement workers in 1992. Unfortunately, the ban was lifted by none other than Mike Harris, who never let good public policy stand in the way of his ideological agenda. The reality was, though, that despite the rhetoric used by opponents of the law, the period during which the law was in place was characterized by fewer work stoppages, moderate union demands, and picket line peace. Furthermore, in the first year following its passage, Ontario's economic growth was the highest in the entire G7. Now we find ourselves in the midst of the Great Recession, and one would think that even government MPs would agree that the need for labour and management to work together in a spirit of cooperation, involvement, and trust is greater now than at any other time in our country's history. It is absolutely the right thing to do. And that's why, just this afternoon, I tabled the legislation in this House that will give effect to the motion that is before us here tonight. People who are watching this debate at home tonight might well be wondering why we didn't move straight to debating the legislation itself. And as partisan as this place can occasionally get, let me say at the outset that it is not because the Bloc lacks commitment to this issue. Quite the opposite. Members of the NDP and members of the BQ have consistently supported anti-scab legislation. Shamefully, but equally consistently, the majority of Conservatives have opposed such legislation. The history of the Parliament's abysmal record has therefore been written by the flip-flopping Liberals, who say they support workers in this country, but won't stand up for them when it counts. 3 times now, a large number of Liberals voted with the majority of Conservative MPs to defeat bills that sought to outlaw the use of scabs at the federal level. I wasn't in this House when the first 2 votes happened, but I was certainly here in the last Parliament when Bill C-257 passed at second reading. I remember the optimism in the Labour movement and in this House about the possibility of anti-scab legislation finally passing. But of course, that was a vote that in the end didn't matter. When push came to shove, and it was time to stand up and be counted on the third and final vote, enough Liberals flip-flopped again and defeated the bill in this House. And I think we need to remind ourselves who some of those members were. The member for Esquimalt-Wanda Fuca voted yes on second reading and no on third. The member for Winnipeg South Centre voted yes on second reading and no on third. So did the member for Miramichi, the member for Halifax West, the member for Humber St. Barbe-by-Vert, the member for Mississauga Brampton South, the member for Brampton West, the member for St. Paul's, the member for Nipissing-Temiskaming, the member for Davenport, the member for Eglinton Lawrence, the member for Etobicoke Centre, the member for Notre-Dame de Grâce-la-Chine, the member for Lac Saint-Louis, the member for Wascana, and the member for York South Weston all voted yes on second reading and no on third. And most shamefully of all, the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, and now the leader of the Liberal Party, voted yes on second reading and flip-flopped on third when it counted. All of these members are still in this House today, and I would bet that all of them will support the motion that is before us here today. But what will they do when they're asked to support more than a statement of principles? When they actually have to stand up for those principles? When they have the opportunity to vote in favour of my bill on the exact same subject? I would bet that they will once again revert to form and defeat what just weeks earlier they said they supported. I wish every Canadian voter understood how often the Liberals have betrayed their own words as they betrayed workers over and over again. Well, Madam Speaker, labour rights are human rights, and human rights are sacrosanct. They must be inviolable and should never be subject to compromise based on political opportunity. And let's be clear, for us in the NDP, these rights are absolute. We understand and believe that freedom of association, collective bargaining, and the right to strike are fundamental labour rights. As a result, workers have the right to withhold their services if collective bargaining fails. Fair wages, a safe workplace, pay equity, health care, and pensions are all hard-fought achievements of the labour movement and collective bargaining. The one glaring omission is the one that is before us today. There is still no federal provision to ensure that the use of replacement workers or strike breakers is banned in this country. And that makes absolutely no sense. If the right to strike is a labour right, then it cannot be allowed to be undermined by the use of replacement workers when a union has legally gone on strike. And it's absolute hypocrisy to demand unions bargain in good faith when companies can break the faith by hiring scabs. The government members talk about fairness and balance, but there's absolutely nothing fair or balanced in that. Quite the opposite. I know what the argument is on the government side. It usually goes something like this. If workers can withhold their labour, then the company should have the right to bring someone else in to do the work, and somehow that would then be fair. But there's no fairness in it, Madam Speaker. The company doesn't have to go home and face hungry children and mortgage payments they can't meet. If we want to make it fair, then we need to make sure that the economic pain is shared equally by both sides. We need to make sure that the company, or the government for that matter, has no more ability to generate revenue than the workers. That's how we get close to a fair fight, and that's how we provide an incentive to both sides to get back to the bargaining table, where the emphasis on negotiations and settlements. That's why, Madam Speaker, in June of 2007, the Supreme Court of Canada reaffirmed that collective bargaining is a fundamental human right. And the court observed three things. First, the right to bargain collectively with an employer enhances the human dignity, liberty, and autonomy of workers by giving them the opportunity to influence the establishment of workplace rules and thereby gain some control over a major aspect of their lives, namely their work. Secondly, the court said, collective bargaining is not simply an instrument for pursuing external ends. Rather, it is intrinsically valuable as an experience in self-government. And thirdly, collective bargaining permits workers to achieve a form of workplace democracy and to ensure the rule of law in the workplace. Workers gain a voice to influence the establishment of rules that control a major aspect of their lives. The Supreme Court has been unequivocal in its support for labour rights. It is time that all Liberal and Conservative members in this House did the same, and not just by supporting today's motion, but by committing publicly now that they will support the actual legislation when it next comes to this House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resume debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak to motion M294, introduced by my colleague, the member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, which reads as follows, and I think it is important to read, that in the opinion of the House, the government should introduce in the House no later than October 15, 2009, a bill to amend the Canada Labour Code to prohibit the use of replacement workers in labour disputes falling under the jurisdiction of the federal government, while at the same time ensuring that essential services are maintained. It is worth keeping in mind that Quebec and British Columbia have legislation to prevent the use of strike breakers. There is also work underway in other provinces to get this kind of legislation passed. In Quebec, in 1997, an anti-scab law was passed and was implemented in 1978 under René Lévesque. And this was a great stride in respecting the rights of workers. This came at the end of a long and difficult strike at Pratt & Whitney, which was then called United Aircraft in Longueuil. The new measures limited the possibility for employers to interfere with union rights. So over the past 30 years in Quebec, an employer has not been able to hire people to replace workers who are locked out. And this prohibition is included in the Quebec Labour Code and prevents employers from hiring anyone after the beginning of negotiations to replace the employees in their work. And once a strike has been called, other employers' staff cannot be used. Employers also cannot use the services of staff of other places who are locked out or on strike. Non-unionized staff can work during a labor conflict as long as they were hired before the labor dispute began. They cannot carry out the employee's duties, however. So these are the provisions that the Bloc Québécois would like to see in the Canada Labour Code. I can give you a number of cases that show how urgently it is needed, and I'll just give you a few. In May 2001, as you know, Québecor, with the approval of the CRTC, acquired, with the assistance of the Caisse de dépôt et placement du Québec, Videotron. And there were financial difficulties at the acquisition, and Québecor had a streamlining process, therefore, that started close soon after. There were $30 to $40 million being cut in the subsidiary, and there was a labor dispute. The 2,200 employees of Videotron were in a strike and lockout position as of May 8, 2002 until March 2003. There were a number of acts of provocation and vandalism during the dispute. There was another case, which was Radio Nord Communication. These were unionized workers representing 3 TV stations, TVA, TQS, and the CBC, and as well 2 radio stations in the northwestern part of Quebec. The strike was begun on October 25, 2002, and Radio Nord abolished nearly 50 positions in Abitibi leading up to that time. In the latest contract, 10 unionized positions have been cut, including 2 journalists. The union that was representing these employees said that it was open to discussion, but there were strike breakers brought in, and this was greatly upsetting to the workers on strike. These disputes have a number of things in common. First of all, they were long and in sectors that come under the federal labor code, and this allowed for replacement workers. There were cases of provocation, violence, and vandalism in each case. There was a feeling of imbalance of power, and no one could see how the strike or lockout could end, and therefore some people did illegal things. The Bloc Québécois feels that this is a situation of concern, and that's why we need the measure that has been proposed today. Despite the dramatic consequences under the Canada Labour Code, that is the hardening of physicians and the extension unnecessarily of labour disputes, Ottawa has always refused to correct the situation. So we feel that the measure that has been proposed today is very important and should be put in place as soon as possible. The Bloc Québécois is the party that best defends Quebec workers here in Ottawa that come under the Canada Labour Code and that are living in Quebec. And when we look at the legislation in Quebec, there is quite a difference, and it does not apply to these employees. The best way to recognize the exceptional contribution of those who build our society on a day-to-day basis is to guarantee that everything will be done to adopt legislation to eliminate the improper use of strike breakers when there is a labor dispute. The advantage of such measures is obvious. They promote labor peace by avoiding confrontation between workers on strike and replacement workers. They help employers realize that they should negotiate in order to resolve the dispute, and these measures are therefore a cornerstone that can help create a better balance of power. They also put an end to the two classes of workers, those that come under Quebec jurisdiction and those under federal jurisdiction. The Canada Labour Code also already has measures to prevent safety and public health problems. I would say, therefore, that the advantages of such legislation would be to reduce violence, promote fairness, civilize labor relations, and promote a harmonious return to work. There is a broad consensus among the various unions regarding the importance of having strike-breaking measures or anti-scab legislation. In the current labor force, this is very important. We need greater transparency when there is a dispute. Motion 294 that the Bloc Québécois has introduced today would prevent replacement workers. The example of Quebec, which has had this legislation for over 30 years, is a good one because we have had a smaller number of disputes and they have lasted less long. We need to have better relations between employers and employees, and we have seen this happen with the Quebec legislation as opposed to the federal legislation. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to join in the debate this evening on motion 294. We're being asked to amend the Canada Labour Code as it relates to the use of replacement workers. Anyone who has followed this policy matter with regard to labour issues over the last few years knows that the issue of replacement workers is a very contentious issue, as the previous speakers have alluded to. It's been discussed in this House on many occasions, and as we're hearing today, and we've heard many times in the past, the fact that there are opposing views on this issue. There are those like the member opposite who presented this motion who advocate a ban on the use of replacement workers during a legal work stoppage. I've had the opportunity to own my own business. I've managed in a unionized operation, and I've been a part of a union that was on strike in the mid-90s, and replacement workers are brought in. I understand firsthand the issue of the sensitivity of replacement workers and how it can affect the family life and the employer situation. So as I said, there's people on both sides of the situation, and understanding those who believe that it may be imperative for an organization to keep goods and services moving during a work stoppage. Typically, it's unions that support the ban, while usually it's employers who argue in favor of having access to replacement workers. As is often the case in debates like this, both sides can make a good case for their position. However, Madam Speaker, this motion supports only one of the two sides in this debate. So we should ask ourselves if it is appropriate for the changes to the Canada Labour Code to favour one side against the other, or should the code work in the best interest of all stakeholders in the labour relations environment? To me, the answer is very clear. The purpose of the Canada Labour Code should be to balance, and I say the key word, balance, and help reconcile competing interests in labour management disputes in a way that is fair and neutral. The use of replacement workers is a good case in point. When Part 1 of the Code was amended 10 years ago, this House supported finding some middle ground between those who wanted a complete ban and those who wanted a free hand to be able to use replacement workers. Madam Speaker, the Code achieves this middle ground by allowing employers access to replacement workers, but prohibiting their use to undermine a union's bargaining position. I think that's very important to realize, the fact that under the existing provisions of the Canada Labour Code, using replacement workers to undermine the union's bargaining position is considered an unfair labour practice. And I agree, if a union feels an employer is engaging in an unfair labour practice, it can bring the matter to the Canada Industrial Relations Board for a decision. This approach balances the competing interests of unions and employers locked in a labour dispute. This balanced approach has been in place for some time and has worked well. 9 out of 10 labour disputes in companies covered by the Code are resolved without a strike or a lockout. That's 9 out of 10. And introducing the amendment proposed in this motion would disrupt the practical compromise that has been achieved on this issue. Madam Speaker, it would be counterproductive move, especially at a time of this economic crisis within our country, when Canada needs to maximize stability in labour relations. There's also the question of the impact of replacement workers on the duration of a work stoppage. Some say that banning replacement workers would encourage speedier resolution of industrial relations dispute. They argue that denying employers access to replacement workers would motivate them to settle more quickly. However, Madam Speaker, there is evidence to the contrary. The member opposite has argued this point, and I say that independent studies by experts suggest that jurisdictions like British Columbia, where I represent in the Okanagan Valley, and Quebec, that prohibit the use of replacement workers, continue to experience lengthy strikes. This evidence does not indicate that workers and employers in these jurisdictions are better off because replacement workers are banned. Moreover, despite having legislation that prohibits the use of replacement workers each year, Quebec and British Columbia receive a number of complaints relating to the use of replacement workers. In other words, enacting legislation in these jurisdictions has not eliminated the sensitivity of the issue. Madam Speaker, it is also interesting to note that another province, Ontario, once had legislation banning the use of replacement workers, but repealed it. This is a very complex issue, Madam Speaker. The existing provisions of the Canada Labour Code recognize its complexity by balancing the interests of employers and unions. The Code includes protection for employees who exercise the right to strike. It ensures the right of striking employees to return to their employment at the end of a work stoppage. The Code also prohibits an employer from disciplining or imposing a penalty on employees who refuse to perform the duties of other employees who are locked out on strike. The bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that the current law gives something to each side. It protects the rights of employees to strike and to return to their jobs. And it allows employers to continue to operate and provide needed goods and services during work stoppages. This approach represents a reasonable compromise in the best tradition of Canadian problem solving. Introducing the kind of change proposed in motion M294, Madam Speaker, would disrupt the delicate balance that has been achieved on this contentious issue. We do not need such a disruption at this difficult economic time that we're experiencing in this country. I know the time is limited, Madam Speaker, so in closing, I'd ask the House it should not support this motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country will have about 4 minutes when this debate resumes. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In À ce moment-ci, conformément à la...
At this point, a motion to adjourn the House under Standing Order 38 is deemed to have been moved. The motion is now that the House do adjourn. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On February 2nd, 2009, I asked a question of the Prime Minister on the issue of equalization transfers to Quebec. But it was the Minister of Finance who did not give me an answer, though he rose and spoke.
February 2nd, I asked the Prime Minister to explain his actions with respect to his handling of changes to Quebec's equalization payments. But instead of actually answering the question, the Minister of Finance, who rose on behalf of the Prime Minister, instead decided to speak about other matters. Madam Speaker, the issue I was addressing was the manner in which the Conservatives decided to alter the equalization program without consulting the Quebec government. It seemed as though the Quebec government was only informed of the changes as an afterthought, long after they were made, and with much obfuscation of the facts. In fact, the Quebec Minister of Finance, Madame Jérôme Forget, felt so maltreated and that Quebec was so badly treated by the Conservative government that she actually had to resort to sending a letter to the Minister of Finance for the federal government outlining the misinformation being provided to the public on this issue. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not at all surprised because we've seen time after time after time this Conservative government actually give out misinformation. We saw it today in the House during question period. For instance, when the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance rise and say that, the opposition are holding up the stimulus package, which is patently untrue, and anyone who actually understands how things operate in the House know that it is not true. It was not surprising, therefore, to see that Conservative government, that Prime Minister, and the Minister of Finance attempt to obfuscate the whole issue of the changes that they brought to the equalization payments. Madam Speaker, Madame Forget, in her January 21st letter, 2009, January 21st, 2009 letter to the Minister of Finance for Canada, actually states on page 3, dans une lettre,
in a letter to the Prime Minister, the Premier of Quebec, on March 19, 2007, the Prime Minister of Canada indicated that the 2007 federal budget was, and here she quotes the Prime Minister, a fundamental return to fiscal balance in Canada and fairness, and that all provinces would be getting resources based on predictable long-term principles in order to be able to carry out their responsibilities properly. End of quote. I have 1 minute left. Just 18 months later, the federal government changed its stand and broke its trust. So it broke its promise on equalization. Quebec feels that the federal government cannot change the rules of the game anytime it wants when we are going through a difficult economic period, especially. We know that this is more than an economic slowdown now. We are in a recession, and even the Prime Minister admits this. He claims to be an economist, but he seems to be the only one who is aware of his economic credentials, because he's been wrong every time on his predictions about the economy, and Canadians are paying the price.
Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let us be very clear. Recent changes to the equalization formula will ensure that transfers to provinces like Quebec will be predictable and long-term. Equalization costs have grown by 56% from 2003 and 4 to 2008 and 9. They were set to rise another 15% next year and even more over the near term. The growth due to unprecedented resource price volatility and continued weakening in the Ontario economy. This would clearly not be sustainable. In the words of the Quebec Finance Minister, Monique Jérôme-Forget, and I quote, "I can be sympathetic that a growth of 15% a year is unsustainable. Indeed, our changes are reasonable and will simply ensure equalization can grow at a sustainable rate in line with the growth in the economy. To ensure fairness, we put a floor in at the same time, so the overall size of the program won't contract, and offered transitional protection for the receiving provinces. What's more, these changes will in no way reduce transfers. For example, Quebec's equalization and overall transfers are at an all-time high and growing. In 2009-10, Quebec will receive over $8.3 billion from equalization, a massive 70% increase since 2005-6, under the former Liberal government, I might add. Moreover, at more than $17.6 billion overall federal support for Quebec, it's now at an all-time high. With respect to the question of consultation, the aforementioned changes were in fact discussed at length with all provinces on November 3, 2008 at the Finance Ministers' meeting. The provinces were also given at that same meeting an extraordinary early notice of the 2009-10 equalization amounts to provide them further certainty in terms of future budget planning. Furthermore, a news release and backgrounder were issued and posted online that same day to outline the changes to all Canadians. Clearly open, early, and positive consultation was demonstrated. If the member doesn't want to take my word for it, I ask her to listen to the words of the Provincial Finance Minister from Prince Edward Island, West Sheridan. As stated in the Journal Pioneer newspaper on November 3rd, and I quote, "I was pleased that the federal minister was able to share next year's equalization figures with provinces in advance of the normal release. This meeting was a positive one, with everyone agreeing to work together. Furthermore, details on these changes were also provided to provincial officials involved in the technical level on November 13th. And on November 27th, Economic and Fiscal Statement outlined the nature of the changes and explained why they were necessary. Madam Speaker, without a doubt, that represents an adequate flow of information to the provinces. For this reason, we are standing by the changes we have made to make equalization sustainable, and we are standing by the manner in which we introduce such changes." Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member from Notre-Dame-Lachine.
Well, another example of misinformation. In the letter of January 21st, 2009 from the Quebec Minister of Finance, Ms. Jérôme-Forget, to the Minister of Finance, the Conservative Minister of Finance, she says, and I quote, she says, "This information was provided by you 5 minutes prior to the end of the meeting. You didn't accept to take any questions, nor was it possible to hold any discussions whatsoever despite the importance of the issue. And as a result, at the end of the meeting on November 3rd, we were not aware of the details of the changes that you wanted to make to the equalization program, nor were we aware of the impact of this on Quebec for subsequent years."
Of equalization going up 15%, may I say that the Quebec minister also deals with that issue and says quite clearly, l'argument
Interrupt the honourable member. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member opposite for her strong and continued support of this Conservative government's economic action plan outlined in Budget 2009. A budget, I note, that has been met with strong enthusiasm in the Montreal area. Listen to what the Board of Trade of Metropolitan Montreal said. Budget 2009 is on target with measures designed to support companies, including easier access to credit, tax breaks, and tariff relief to stimulate investments. We also welcome the government's plan to devote $2 billion to upgrading facilities at colleges and universities. This measure will directly benefit Montreal, one of whose primary strengths is the first-class higher education system." End quote. I agree, and I agree with this honourable member's support of Budget 2009.
The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I first want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for appearing to answer a follow-up question to the one I posed the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development on February 3rd. Just before our country's economy was thrown into tumult because of out-of-control financial markets, there were repeated calls for the federal government to address the housing crisis in Canada. Too many Canadians are without basic shelter and being condemned to live a life of extreme poverty because of a lack of adequate housing. In 1976, Canada signed on to the International Covenant for Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, declaring to the world that we believe in a right to housing. Madam Speaker, there is no right to housing in Canada. And further, Canada's international reputation has been tarnished as we were singled out by the United Nations for not living up to those obligations. Now, the growing numbers of unemployed, coupled with some serious holes in our employment insurance program, will put thousands more at risk of homelessness. The calls for a strong role for the federal government are louder than ever, and they're being echoed by those who know that this investment isn't just a social good, it's an economic one. Building new housing houses people, it creates jobs, and if we build greenhouses, it can actually help us keep our international climate change obligations. The federal budget has presented some new money for housing. This is a welcome prospect, but it's narrowly targeted, and much of it is contingent on matching funds from the provinces. The bulk of the money in the budget goes to those who already own their own homes, calling into question the government's understanding of the word homelessness. The new investments fall short of what's needed to address this urgent issue. And to make matters worse, the Minister herself has taken great pains to remind Canadians that this is just a one-off charity investment and not a comprehensive strategy to deal with homelessness in Canada. Without simply reiterating what we know is in the budget, can the Parliamentary Secretary answer this? What is the government's long-term strategy for dealing with the national housing crisis?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skill Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her kind comments and opening remarks. Indeed, there is a strong role for the federal government in the area of housing, and Canada has one of the best housing systems in the world. It has many players working together to meet the housing needs of most Canadians across this country. The Government of Canada is working with other levels of government, private sector organizations and communities in undertaking a number of important measures to address the housing needs of Canadians. In Canada, more than 80% of Canadians are able to find a safe and affordable home using their own resources, either by obtaining a mortgage and buying a home or by renting in the marketplace, and we're proud of that. For those Canadians that need assistance to meet their housing needs, the Government of Canada is making substantial public investments to create new social housing, to renovate aging existing social housing stock, and to provide support to the homeless and to those living in First Nations communities. In September 2008, Madam Speaker, our government committed $1.9 billion over the next 5 years to help the homeless and improve and build new affordable housing for low-income Canadians. And I can say, Madam Speaker, that it was very well received by the stakeholders and those that I had the opportunity to speak to. Providing 5 years of funding for housing and homelessness initiatives gives us an opportunity to consider improvements to address housing and homelessness challenges and to ensure that programs respond effectively to the needs of Canadians. Canada's Economic Action Plan builds on this with a further investment of more than $2 billion over 2 years. Madam Speaker, Canada's social housing is a crucial part of our national social safety net. Our government spends
$1.7 billion primarily to provide affordable housing to some 630,000 Canadian households. We recognize that some housing is in need of repairs and upgrading. Canada's Economic Action Plan will provide $1 billion to renovate some of these older projects and upgrade them to meet modern energy efficiency and accessibility standards. This will help improve the quality of life for residents of these communities and ensure that their homes will continue to be available and affordable for future generations. We will also be investing $475 million in new housing for low-income seniors and people with disabilities. This funding will help Canadians on fixed incomes continue to live independently and remain in their communities. Our government also recognizes the special needs of First Nations and First Nation communities. Housing in First Nations and in the 3 territories must be improved. That's why we're investing $600 million to build new social housing and to repair and modernize existing social housing in First Nation communities and in Canada's far north. Remarkably, overall, Canada's Economic Action Plan provides $7.8 billion to build high-quality housing, stimulate construction activity, support home ownership, and enhance energy efficiency. As a result, this will provide new jobs and renovated houses for Canadians in communities across this country. Madam Speaker, I assure my honourable colleague that the Government of Canada is taking meaningful action to address the needs of affordable housing. Before I conclude, Madam Speaker, I find it quite difficult to understand how it is that this member's party has voted against every single measure we have put forward, and I've just mentioned, to improve the lot of vulnerable Canadians who need our assistance with regard to housing and homelessness. You may disagree with some parts of the plan, but there were portions in there addressed directly some of the issues raised by this honourable member. And how is it that one would oppose the budget without having read it or understanding what was in it? That I find very difficult to accept, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Halifax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his answer. Madam Speaker, it's my responsibility as an opposition member to make sure the government is acting in the best interest of Canadians. One-off investments will not get the job done when it comes to providing safe, adequate, and affordable housing for those who need it, and the UN Committee has all but said so. Especially during a recession, we have to make sure that our investments are made in the right places. I hope the member would agree that basic shelter trumps repaving the driveway right now. Basic shelter trumps building backyard decks. We need a government that understands the current situation in Canada and is prepared to act in a serious way. Can the Parliamentary Secretary explain exactly what provisions are made in the budget, which I have read, for those who are in precarious housing situations and not living in social housing, for Aboriginal people living in cities, and for those who are currently on the street?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Now, Madam Speaker, I've outlined those very specific provisions in the budget that relate to homelessness, that relates to those living on the street, that relate to those that are on and off reserve. And my question to this member is, if she has read the budget, how is it that she and her party has voted against every measure that was put towards these very issues that she raised? $475 million in new housing for seniors and people with disabilities, providing $600 million to build new social housing and to repair and modernize existing social housing in First Nations communities and in Canada's far north. And again, voting against a budget and budget implementation bill that has $1 billion to repair and modernize existing social housing, money that will help renovate and put new roofs over the heads of thousands upon thousands of families who need it. Madam Speaker, our government is making historic and record investments to address the housing and homelessness needs of Canadians. That party, the NDP, and this member voted against these measures. That's hard to understand. That's hard to understand in light of the fact that this member says she is concerned about those that are most vulnerable in the areas you mentioned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased today to address an issue I raised in this House that is actually turning out to be one of the most critical issues facing the life of this Parliament and facing the pursuit of equality in this country for many decades. Madam Speaker, it will be no surprise to you that I rise again in this House to raise the issue of pay equity because it was on March the 4th, just last week, as a result of legislation presented to this chamber by the Conservatives and supported by the Liberals that saw the death of pay equity in this country. It is now up to the Senate to try to reverse the damage that has been done. I hope somehow that folks in the Senate will be able to see the wisdom of reversing the decision around pay equity and, in fact, returning to the women of this country their right to pursue equal pay for work of equal value through the courts. Madam Speaker, my question today to the Parliamentary Secretary are as follows. Why kill something that is so important to the economic situation facing women in this country? Why cause a national embarrassment, which has been the case now with the Public Service Alliance of Canada raising a complaint with the United Nations? Why do something that will cost the government even more? Because, in fact, if the Senate doesn't reverse the damage done, the women of this country and the labour movement in this country will not stop, and we will join them in helping them pursue a court challenge. And that will cost this government incredible amounts of money just to pursue this court challenge, all at the expense of women in this country. Madam Speaker, I want to tell you about the kind of correspondence we have received from individuals on this issue. I want to refer to Paul Derber, who is the former director of pay equity for the Government of Canada, and he said, I read part 2 of Bill C-10 with interest and great disappointment. Not only does it do away with pay equity, it even deprives people in the public service who have pay equity of the right to have it maintained. The whole thing, quite frankly, is a smokescreen to mask the taking away of any obligation to compare the work of men and women. I want to reference the good work of Ruth Walden, who was part of a group of nurses called medical adjudicators, who took their complaint for lack of equal pay for work of equal value to the Human Rights Commission beginning in 2004 and finally won that case just last year. And Madam Speaker, if that case today was put to the government on a complaint basis, it is likely it would be turned down and rejected because of C-10. Finally, Madam Speaker, I want to refer to a young woman who wrote me and said, her name is Jennifer Munier, and she writes and says, you are not alone in fighting this. I may be young, but I am old enough to know that women have died fighting to protect our rights as equal citizens in this country. I certainly will not stand by the wayside and watch a lifetime of many women's hard work go to waste with the stroke of a pen. I'm here to tell Jennifer and others that we will not stop fighting this battle and winning equality.
The Honourable Secretary, Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for giving me the opportunity to give some background and speak in support of the Public Sector Equitable Compensation Act. This act was tabled as part of the government's Budget Implementation Act on February the 6th. This act replaces an adversarial, complaints-based system with a collaborative one as part of the collective bargaining process. Our current pay equity system for federal government employees is broken. Complaints are made year after year. This is because pay equity issues are raised after compensation decisions are already made. Today, public service employers and unions are not required to take pay equity issues into account when wage setting. The issues are raised only when complaints are made. And pay equity complaints can take up to 15 or more years of grueling and divisive court proceedings to be resolved. In fact, many employees have already left the public service by the time their complaints are settled. Madam Speaker, this is clearly a case of justice delayed being justice denied, and that is no longer acceptable. The new system will address any unfairness in women's wages and deal with it straight up, instead of allowing a settlement to drag on in the courts for many years. It will also make employers and bargaining agents jointly accountable for setting fair wages. It will ensure these decisions are made at the time of the collective bargaining for unionized employees and impose a rigorous process to ensure employers address pay equity in a timely way for non-unionized employees. De plus, Madame la Présidente.
At the same time, Madam Speaker, It will maintain the right of women to lodge complaints through an independent oversight organization, the Public Service Labor Relations Board, which is well equipped to fulfill this function.
Equitable compensation can only be ensured through a proactive, timely, and fair system. A system in which employers and bargaining agents work together rather than as adversaries. And that is what we are putting in place. This legislation respects the principle of equal pay for work of equal value by integrating pay equity into normal collective bargaining. It closes the book on costly adversarial legal contests which benefit lawyers more than women. And it opens a new chapter on women's equality in the workplace. Madame la Présidente,
Madam Speaker, it will give us a more proactive and timely approach, and it will help us get rid of the current system, which is archaic, onerous, and unfair to employees.
It will ensure that women and men continue to benefit from quality working conditions in Canada's public service. Madam Speaker, this legislation moves us forward, not backward. It is important for women in the public service and in the wider workforce, and I encourage every member of the Senate to support it. Thank you.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Well, Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is this legislation closes the door completely on pay equity. Madam Speaker, it is absolute nonsense for the member to stand in this House and pretend otherwise. It eliminates the right of anyone to take a complaint pertaining to pay equity to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. Why else would you have the Pay Equity Commissioner standing in this House and giving us material that says he's absolutely disappointed and shocked that the government would actually deny women this right? This government has made something called equitable compensation a negotiable right in terms of collective bargaining. Since when is a human right something that is negotiated at the bargaining table? Madam Speaker, we are talking about a basic human right that is protected under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This government has decided that these rights are expendable, they're negotiable, they're something that can be just dismissed because they do not believe in true equality. And, Madam Speaker, you can be sure that no one on this side of the House, at least among the NDP, will stand idly by and let this government get away with that kind of disregard of human rights.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to respond to the honourable member. Madam Speaker, this is about doing the right thing, finally, for Canadian women. Our government makes no apologies for taking long overdue steps to protect the rights of women to fair and equitable pay. In 2004, a Liberal-appointed task force concluded that proactive pay equity legislation is a more effective way of protecting the rights of women. The first proactive pay equity legislation was introduced in Manitoba in 1986, followed by Ontario and Quebec thereafter. Our new federal model will improve upon these existing models while incorporating provisions that have worked well. The existing pay equity regime is lengthy, costly, and adversarial process which does not serve employees or employers well. The last court case cost millions of dollars in legal fees and took a grueling 15 years to settle. This is about ensuring that women receive fair pay up front in a timely and proactive way rather than having to engage in expensive, decades-long legal battles to enforce their rights. I would remind the honourable member opposite.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House now stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.